A people's movement to transform this country.
We're gonna transform this country in a way that they've never seen before.
In unprecedented times. Because Wall Street has two major parties. And working people have none.
Tom Perez is totally bought by corporate America. He's not working for the people.
The two candidates don't meet the criteria of integrity.
That we need a people's party.
In terms of the lobbyists who are hired primarily by corporations for their own interests.
They're up for sale. They tied to big money.
These corporate Democrats operate just like Republicans. Nothing's going to change. Who told us that? Joe Biden himself. It's the most honest thing he's ever said.
In these times of crisis, more than ever before, we need honest leadership. We need a party for the people. A party free of corporate money and influence. A party that works for us. Welcome to the People's Convention 2020. Here's your host, Nick Brana.
Sisters and brothers, young and old, black, brown, and white, poor and middle class, and to those from every corner of the country, welcome to the People's Convention. My name is Nick Brana. I am the founder and national coordinator with the Movement for a People's Party, and your host for this historic day. We announced the People's Convention just 3 weeks ago, and today we are being joined by some of the greatest voices for justice in our country, including Bernie 2020 co-chair, Senator Nina Turner, Harvard professor, Dr. Cornel West, two former Democratic presidential candidates, Marianne Williamson and Mike Gravel, Senator Mike Gravel, the former governor of Minnesota, Jesse Ventura, actor and humanitarian, Danny Glover, Pulitzer Prize winner, Chris Hedges, comedian and political commentator, Jimmy Dore, and leading progressive activist, Ryan Knight, a labor leader with the American Postal Workers Union, and Amazon walkout organizer, Chris Smalls. Bernie national delegates and former progressive congressional candidates endorsed by Brand New Congress and DSA are also joining us today. Renowned comedians, leading independent media voices, a poet, the former volunteer national high school director with Bernie 2020, leading Indigenous rights and anti-war activists, nonprofit founders, a climate scientist, and leaders in the Latino and veteran communities, as well as Our Revolution Los Angeles, will all be with us today. And it is my great honor to say that as of last night, the Movement for a People's Party has crossed 100,000 members, 10,000 of whom joined just in the last week. And why is this? It's because we face as a society a overwhelming amount of crises that are converging, a health crisis with a pandemic that has claimed more than 180,000 lives and has at the same time seen millions of people lose their employer-based health coverage at the same time that they need it the most. A crisis, a country that is facing a reckoning with systemic racism and police brutality after the murder of George Floyd. A country in which is facing a housing crisis that is worse than anything that has been seen since the Great Depression, an economic crisis worse than that is unparalleled except for the Great Depression. So the level of crises that we face in this country indicate that we have two political parties that can no longer govern this country. They cannot provide basic needs. There's a term in political science for that. It's a failed state. Our country, the richest country in the world, is seeing right now billionaires adding more than $600 billion of wealth to their fortunes, while bread lines expand for miles, while child hunger has climbed to record levels. In this country, the richest country in the history of the world. That's what has brought us together today, to examine the state of the nation in this country and to ask ourselves, are we being served by our government? It exists for us. Are we being served? And if the answer is no, what are we to do about it? At the conclusion of the program today, we will be holding a historic vote to form a major new political party in the United States of America, a party free of corporate money and influence. The vote will be open to everyone. It will be cast through the People's Party app, which you can download on peoplesconvention.org. So please get the app now, prepare yourself, prepare to cast the vote. We will cast it at the end of the program. I would also like to say that today you're going to be hearing from various different perspectives on what to do about 2020, who to vote for in this election. There are many different views and voices on that, but what we all agree on here at the People's Convention is that the status quo is not working and that we need a major new party free of corporate money. That is what has brought us together, and that is what I look forward to discussing today. First, we must understand, though, the challenges that we face.
In these times of crisis, three billionaires possess more wealth than the bottom half of society. An eviction crisis has plagued the nation. More than 140 million people were poor and low income before the COVID-19 pandemic.
To try to sustain our quest for integrity, honesty, and decency.
The projected crisis will be the most severe economic downturn since the Great Depression. The USA spends more on war than the next 10 countries combined. The climate crisis is an existential threat to humanity. The impacts could be irreversible by 2030.
George Floyd died here, and that's why you still have this massive memorial filling this intersection behind me. And even in the rain, people are coming out to see it.
Time is running out.
Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker for the day, Cheng-Sim Lim. Cheng-Sim Lim is a national Bernie delegate. She's a film curator, immigrant, Medicare for All activist. She serves on the board of Healthcare for All Los Angeles and is a member of the Progressive Asian Network for Action and DSA LA. And I recently had the privilege of sitting on a panel that she organized that should have been really the Democratic National Convention, the Beyond Bernie Convention, and People's Assembly. Everyone, please welcome Cheng-Sim Lim.
Hello, People's Convention. Thank you, Nick Brana and event organizers for convening all of us here today. My name is Cheng-Sim Lim. I'm an immigrant. I came to this country 41 years ago at the start of the Reagan era. My lifetime in this country maps exactly the neoliberal ascendancy. And it is this experience of neoliberalism that values profits over human life and dignity that has brought me here today. I want to keep within my allotted time, so I'll go right to how I became a Medicare for All activist and why I think the single payer movement cannot rely on the Democratic Party. In 2007, I underwent treatment for breast cancer. That experience opened my eyes to the gross inequities of the American for-profit health insurance system. At first, I didn't understand why getting healthcare had to be so complicated. You know, my doctors had to check if what they wanted to prescribe was covered by insurance, and I would get bills months afterwards for stuff I couldn't easily decipher. Still, I was one of the lucky ones. I had health insurance. Two of my friends who were dealing with serious illnesses didn't have health insurance, even though they worked full time. Their jobs didn't come with health insurance. And I couldn't imagine going through my cancer treatment further stressed about how to pay for it. So my growing awareness of how unjust our healthcare system was led me to volunteer on the 2008 Obama campaign. Candidate Obama had a healthcare plan with a public option. By that time, I had learned enough to prefer single payer, in which everyone would have comprehensive and high quality healthcare that is publicly funded. But I had yet to learn enough not to fall for the Democratic lie. And they're still telling that lie, that the public option, which preserves everything that is wrong and costly with the current system, could be sustainable and lead to universal healthcare. It took me another year to learn as a volunteer for Organizing for America, or OFA, helping to get the Affordable Care Act passed, that as inadequate a reform as a public option was, it was still only a bait and switch. Like, our volunteer group had collected like thousands of constituent letters to send to members of Congress for the public option. And we were puzzled why President Obama didn't seem to care to fight for a key plank of his campaign and allowed the public option to be killed in the Senate when Democrats had a filibuster-proof majority. When we asked questions, we were told by the then OFA chief, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And this was the Obama mantra. And this is the same OFA chief who went on to be President Obama's re-election campaign manager in 2012 and to advise the British Conservative Prime Ministers David Cameron and Theresa May on their election campaigns. I think it's telling how easily a Democratic operative can move between the Democratic and Tory parties, right? Don't you? At any rate, I subsequently learned from press accounts that the Obama administration was cutting deals behind the scenes with big pharma and hospital associations to drop the public option in exchange for their acquiescence on the ACA. This was happening while we volunteers were being told to gather support for the public option. And meanwhile, in California, where I live, we saw that Democrats could pass single-payer healthcare, which the California state legislature did in 2006 and 2008. When there was certainty the bills wouldn't be enacted. In this case, Republican Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger vetoed both single-payer bills. But once we had a Democratic supermajority in the state and a Democratic governor, and there was no longer a Republican to give cover to Democrats to perform as progressives, but not do anything real to upset their corporate donors, Democrats couldn't pass single payer. So flash forward to 5 weeks ago, I was a Bernie delegate to the Democratic Convention. In the middle of a pandemic, when the COVID count, and it's worse now, was 4 million Americans afflicted, 150,000 dead, over 14 million newly unemployed since March and without health insurance. And you add these nightmarish numbers to the already crisis level, 70 million uninsured or underinsured before COVID. All disproportionately Latinx, Black, Indigenous, and Pacific Islanders. The Democratic Party still couldn't bring itself to acknowledge the need for life-saving Medicare for all. The DNC Platform Committee voted down Medicare for all. Then, during the Democratic Convention, while a parade of Republicans got to speak on the DNC broadcast, Bernie delegates would type in the Zoom chat of DNC meetings that we need Medicare for all and the Green New Deal, found themselves blocked from posting the rest of the meeting. That was the level of pettiness the DNC went to silence any mention of Medicare for all. I could cite other examples, but I'd run out of time. To sum up, in my lifetime in this country, I've seen no evidence the Democratic Party will deliver Medicare for all on its own. We need massive, massive pressure from the outside. One way to do that is through an anti-oligarchy People's Party that is serious about organizing to contest for power. So how about we do it?
Thank you, Cheng Sim. If the Democratic Party cannot pass Medicare for all now, something that most wealthy countries, almost all of them, take for granted, at a time during that when we have a global pandemic, when millions of people are losing their health care, when they could pass it in the House and then they could win the election and they could still have the Republicans block it for them and the insurance companies, it is truly incredible that they cannot pass it now. And I salute the delegates that took that stand. More than 75% of Bernie's delegation that refused to vote for the Democratic Party platform as a result of its exclusion for Medicare for all. And we're going to hear more about that now, in fact, from another Bernie national delegate that I also had the pleasure of sharing a panel with. That is Hania Jodat. Hania is a National Bernie delegate, the co-founder of the Muslim Delegates and Allies. She's a founding member of the Women's March of Los Angeles, a former fundraising coordinator for the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees in USA and Australia, and a fundraising coordinator for Oxfam America in Los Angeles. Hanieh, it's great to have you with us.
Thank you, Nick, and it's an honor to be here today with you and the rest of the amazing speakers. When we talk about war, we must first recognize that Black Lives Matter have long been under assault in this country, and we support the peaceful protests sweeping the globe from Los Angeles and Washington to Sydney to Rio de Janeiro, fighting for justice and equality in the face of systemic brutality. Jacob Blake, fighting for justice, is able to still fight for his survival, unlike Freddie Gray, Breonna Taylor, Eric Garner, Philando Castile, Sandra Bland, and the many more heartbeats that have been silenced. In witnessing the domestic unrest right here in the United States of America, I can't help but face my own affliction as a child of war in Iran. Our homes were without electricity, our windows taped so the glass wouldn't shatter from explosions, sirens that often interrupted our television programs, sounding the alarm for families to seek shelter in basements as Iraqi planes flew over the blue skies of Tehran, my birth city. Mothers mourning the death of their young sons fighting in the borders of Iran, and my own grandmother who clenched her rosary bead, praying, holding my small hands in hers, asking God to protect her children and granddaughter, me. Little did we know that the Iraqis we were taught to fear were our sisters and brothers sharing the same wounds and trauma. Now it is time to link the Black Lives Matter movement with the peace and justice movement, to shout, demilitarize and defund the police, but also defund the military as protesters march against the intersection between militarism at home in the form of tear gas, rubber bullets, armored vehicles, and the deployment of unmarked federal troops to snatch citizens off the streets, with militarism abroad characterized by regime change, US counterinsurgencies, and decade-long trillion-dollar occupations of Iraq and Afghanistan, and extrajudicial drone warfare. A history of Western colonialism followed by brutal sanctions, occupation, and destabilization efforts are the overwhelming cause of the surge of hundreds and thousands of refugees flooding across European borders today. Major European NATO powers continue to collude with the US imperialism in each war. Massive numbers of displaced refugees are migrating from countries that are victims of the US military and its allies' aggression: Iraq, Afghanistan, Yemen, Libya, Syria, and Palestine. Not one of these conflicts can be justified under humanitarian purposes, yet each of the source of the enormous profit in the form of private military contracts for American and European corporations. Now it is the time to demand an end to state-sanctioned violence targeting human beings for the color of their skin, be it those who cross our borders, refugees of US intervention in Latin and Central America, or those who are not citizens of the United States, born from Native American genocide in a country built on the branded backs of African slaves. Now it is time to declare an end to the failed and inhumane war on terror, repeal the authorization of US military failed and inhumane war on military force that greenlights US aggression anywhere, anytime, to link Islamophobia with the scapegoating of Muslims at home, to a foreign policy that sanctions drone bombings on multiple majority Muslim countries. The cost of this institutionalized violence at home and abroad is tremendous. Tragic health outcomes for people of color, fearful of walking, driving, and sleeping while Black. 20 soldier suicides on an average day for those returning from Iraq and Afghanistan. According to a 2016 analysis from the Department of Veterans Affairs, national outrage and polarization with members of armed militias reminiscent of fascist Germany's brown shirts killing Black Lives Matter protesters in the streets of Kenosha, Wisconsin. Just as the cost of policing in major cities like Los Angeles and New York City can account for over 50% of general fund, the US's $700 billion military budget, more than the military budgets of the next 8 countries combined, subsidizing 800 military bases in over 80 countries, cost the taxpayers 54 cents on every discretionary dollar. Meanwhile, rampant ill treatment of our homeless stains our souls. Indebted college students live in poverty, and our fire department holds pancake breakfast to raise desperately needed funds. It is not enough to demilitarize the police. We must also demilitarize our approach to a foreign policy that is consistently the cause of violence around the world. Defund the police, defund the military. Let us move forward with this peace movement. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Hanieh, for reporting back on the Democratic National Convention and sharing your own personal story as an immigrant to the United States as well, just like Cheng Sim, and the disappointments of the Democratic Party in being a similar war party like the Republican Party. Our next speaker is a comedian. He is a creator of the Earbuds, a podcasting documentary, and he is also the host of the Political Vigilante, and he is here to speak to us and do some live comedy. Welcome, Grant Elwood.
Hello, everybody. My name is Graham Elwood, and it's an honor to be here at the first ever People's Convention after watching those 2 train wrecks of the Republican and Democratic Party conventions. Like, wow, it's unbelievable. The Democrats' platform is Trump bad, Trump, Trump, Trump bad. And then the Republicans, man, I thought I was watching Triumph of the Will. And of course, they call Joe Biden a Marxist. Man, I wish Joe Biden was a Marxist. Boy, that would actually get me excited if Joe Biden was a Marxist. Neither party offered anything. Neither party wants to defund the police. Neither party wants to address climate change. The Republicans don't even think it exists. The Democrats just, oh, we're going to green up our military. Yes, I'm sure the people in the Middle East are going to be ecstatic knowing that they're getting bombed by rockets powered by biodiesel. It's ridiculous to listen to both parties. None of them want Medicare for all. None of them want to get money out of politics. And we're constantly stuck with this lesser of 2 evils thing. That's all they tell us, the lesser of 2 evils. Nowhere else in American society would anybody accept this. Politics affects every aspect of our daily lives. You're watching this on the internet, your internet provider, there's a tax, there's legislation. That's politics. It affects everything. Did you buy something today? You paid a sales tax. That's politics. And yet this thing that affects every area of our life, we're only given the lesser of 2 evils. Nowhere else would Americans accept this. Could you imagine if advertisers were like, the all-new Chevy Malibu, just not as crappy as the Ford Taurus? There's no way we would accept that. Honey, it's date night. We need a sitter for the kids. There's only 2 babysitters to choose from, a pedophile and a meth head. I don't know about you, I'd go meth head because at least the kids would have activities. The guy'd be twitching around. Maybe they'd get a fun face tattoo. This is what they offer us, the lesser of 2 evils. And then the Republican Party is obviously awful. Trump is awful. I don't like them. But the Democrats, pragmatic centrism. Joe Biden has said now's not the time for revolution. That's right. Revolutions always happen when things are going great. Hey guys, when there's a vaccine and the economy's back to normal and everybody's got a job and the cops aren't out of control, we're not bombing 7 countries, then we'll start the revolution. That's when it starts, when everything's going great. Like, thank God Biden and Pelosi and that crowd weren't alive, like in power during the civil rights movement. They'd be like, hey, Rosa Parks, this front of the bus thing, oh, it's causing problems. It's kind of a purity test. Do you think maybe you could just move to the middle of the bus? In fact, start at the back, move up 1 row at a time, wait a couple years, get bipartisan support, and then move up another row. That's their plan for everything. And when they wanted to get rid of Trump, their solution was impeachment, not, I don't know, here's a crazy idea. Back a progressive that had the biggest grassroots following of any politician in the history of the country? No, let's go impeachment, which was terrifying because I don't want Trump to be in power, but then that would have put Mike Pence. He's even crazier than Trump. What would President Pence do, right? Shock the gay out of people and outlaw lunch with women? Like he said, he's afraid he'd be too tempted by having lunch with a woman. What happens, Mike, when you have lunch with a woman? Are you just like, how dare you bring your boobs to lunch? Like our choices are the lesser of two rapists. Like this is insane. And there's no progressive policy from anybody, not even from the Democrats. Even the progressives in the Democratic Party have all folded. That's all they have to say is that, like, not even, they don't even want to legalize marijuana, which we've seen. It would benefit so many people in this country. Look at Colorado. Look at how it's done economically. And I'm going to end on this. We need to legalize weed. I'm sober, but this country's on the brink of a civil war. We need to smoke some weed. Imagine if Trump smoked weed. He wouldn't want to build a wall around Mexico. He'd just be down at the border going, we should start a music festival. Hey, Pence, you want to hit that? So thank you so much for allowing me to be honored to be on this panel with everybody. And I really hope Jesse Ventura and Nina Turner run for president with this party, because they would have my vote. I would take a bullet for both of them. Check out what I do at grahamelwood.com. Thank you so much.
Graham Elwood, everybody. And I swear, did the Democratic convention happen? Because I only saw 2 Republican conventions, 2 weeks of Republican. Who decided to give the Republicans 2 conventions this year? Next up, we have an award-winning actor and humanitarian, someone you will all know as a Burning 2020 surrogate, UNICEF ambassador, former Goodwill ambassador to the United Nations Development Program, the recipient of multiple NAACP awards and Emmy nominations, supporter of many unions, particularly postal workers unions. Please welcome Danny Glover.
Thank you, Nick. It's hard to follow up Graham Elwood. You know, he had us all early in the morning, is it here, and early in the afternoon here, looking at and bringing some humor to this moment. Sometimes you want to laugh, but we deal with the reality of what it is right now. We're voting, understanding we're voting under Biden's name simply to get rid of Trump. And perhaps the idea of building a party, building a people's party from the bottom up, and I think it has to be from the bottom up, to talk about, to support the issues and support the struggles of workers, unions, nurses, teachers, and everything else. We have to really talk about fundamentally about education and education as a constitutional right. Quality education is a constitutional right. We have to really talk about so many different things that are left off the platform, but we know that all these issues reside in certainly creating the kind of party, creating the kind of will, and building that kind of will that's necessary for us for the future to deal with climate change. As my sister Judith Barnes talked about foreign policy, we don't deal with the issue of foreign policy here. We're always confronted with the issue of regime change wherever it is in the world. It has been such a long policy that has been consistent after administration after administration and after administration. So the things that we have to talk about, you know, I remember as working with the African Liberty Support Committees in the 70s, and understanding that even with the will that was responsive to the freedom of those countries, there was always the underlying regime change that went on within those countries as well. So I think that our platform is full, but we have to kind of be consistent in the voices that really talk about what we really need, what people need at this desperate time, and those are evident. Those things are evident when we think about healthcare. Things are evident when we think about employment. We think about the vulgar focus on returning to the marketplace. returning to the marketplace. Those are the jobs that are there, that they're going that were there when we had a functioning quote unquote marketplace, when we had a growing marketplace, and everything aren't going to be there anymore. So those are the things that I think that are important to understand. How do we look at work? What is the relationship that we have for work? And how do we create the kind of transformative work and the kind of work that certainly it helps us develop as human beings and help us develop our communities. But we have to take this moment and do the work that we have to do. We're in the face of fascism, growing fascism, in the face of what's happening in the streets, where peaceful protesters are being attacked, viciously attacked. We have to begin to take this moment and understand that if we don't act now, if we don't do something now, we're preparing ourselves in a dark moment than we can ever imagine, a darker moment than we can ever imagine. Thank you again for allowing me to say my few words, and I look forward to listening to other comments of others as well. Thank you so much. And the idea that I'm on a Zoom call with many people whose work I've read, whose work I've appropriated it sometimes in my own language and understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. I believe this is probably also the most remarkable Zoom call I've ever been on, as all of the speakers can attest to. And you're very right to say that if we don't fight now, there will be nothing left to fight for. Our next speaker is going to speak exactly to that topic. It's my pleasure to introduce NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory climate scientist, Dr. Peter Kalmus. He's a former Bernie 2020 surrogate. He got his PhD in physics from Columbia University and received NASA's Early Career Public Achievement Medal, a very accomplished climate scientist who is here to tell us about why we need a People's Party. He speaks, of course, as all speakers, on his own behalf. Peter, it's great to have you.
Thanks, Nick. So, yeah, I'm a scientist, a climate scientist. I'm also a human. I'm a father. I'm a citizen, and I am terrified of what I'm seeing coming down. What's here right now and what's coming in the future with climate breakdown and ecological breakdown. We're all feeling it right now. We're feeling the wildfires in the West. We're feeling the hurricanes hammering the Southeast. We're feeling the floods in the Midwest. We have climate migrants on the rise. We have ice sheets melting. We have ocean circulations that we count on for our weather shutting down. We have threats to our food system and our water system. And this is just at the very beginning of what we're going to experience over the next few years and decades. And that's why I'm here today. I can't see what I'm seeing and sit on the sidelines. It's literally impossible for me not to speak out and sound the alarm. You know, some people might call me an alarmist, but I don't think I am, because I think the alarm is absolutely, completely justified by the mountain of scientific evidence. And now you don't even need to be a scientist to know what's happening. You can feel it in the heat waves. You can feel it in your lungs when you go for days and days during wildfire smoke. People are dying now. People are having their livelihoods wrecked. They're having their homes destroyed. They're moving from other nations up towards the poles. Later this century, if we don't have a radical change of course, a very large band around the equator, we're talking something like 1 billion people, could end up needing to migrate towards the poles because the humid heat will be too much for their bodies to actually survive in. And this isn't science fiction. That's the thing that gets me. It's not the new normal. We're on an escalator basically toward getting worse. It's going to stay getting worse and worse until we have massive, rapid, radical systems change. To do that, we need policies. We basically need policies that would destroy the fossil fuel industry, because we're not talking about just reducing it a little bit. We're not talking about a 10% reduction in the fossil fuels that we burn and the greenhouse gas emissions that we emit every year. we're talking about going down to zero on a massively fast time scale, which means a radical transformation of society, our energy systems, transportation systems, the way we work, the way we eat, the way we interact with other nations. It's radical. Where the time for incremental change is completely over. And what I've noticed over the decades, I've been terrified about this for 15 years, and I've been an activist and a scientist for 15 years. And both parties are clearly beholden to the fossil fuel industry. It's as simple as that. Both parties take donations. One party certainly is in hard denial. They actually say this is a hoax, which is just makes my head explode. But the other party also takes donations. The other party also participates in the revolving door. They have campaign advisors who are lobbyists for the fossil fuel industry, for fracking and for the oil industry. It's crazy. Just recently, the DNC said that they would not end fossil fuel subsidies, which is a complete no-brainer. This huge billion, even by some estimates, trillion globally dollar handouts to the wealthiest industry, one of the wealthiest industries the planet's ever known. It's a no-brainer to stop that. And the Democratic Party can't even say that they're going to stop fossil fuel subsidies, let alone do the Green New Deal that we need. So it's clear to me that the fossil fuel industry will keep fighting dirty. When their survival is at stake, because we need to shut them down with policies, they will fight 10 times as hard as they ever have. They'll continue buying off politicians, and they'll continue misinforming the lying, just baldly lying to the public about what's actually happening on our planet. So we need a party, we need a political system that is not beholden to them, that is independent, that doesn't take corporate money and does what the people want and does what the planet needs and not what the corporations want. You know, I just want to do science. I want to raise my family on a planet that's not burning. I want the coral reefs to stay alive. I want policies that end this nightmare of global heating and climate and ecological breakdown. This is a task of cosmic importance. The decisions we make in the next few years will affect humanity and our planet for thousands and even in some ways for millions of years. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kalmus. Very much appreciate you being here to share that very grim perspective, having studied climate science myself in college, and having worked on the bill in 2009 to cap carbon emissions, the cap and trade bill. I saw the way that Barack Obama and his administration were elected on the promise of fighting the climate crisis, and then reneged on it once they were elected, and how the White House did not put pressure on it. And we couldn't even get a cap and trade, which was itself considered a suboptimal solution to things like a carbon tax. And so that was 10 years ago. We have barely budged from that position. In fact, we have gone backwards from that position now. So this is existential. Our next speaker is our youngest speaker of the day. She is our national student coordinator with Students for a People's Party. She is also the founder of Beyond Bernie, and a founding director of Our Time, Our Revolution student organization. She's also a YDSA member and the former volunteer national high school director with Bernie 2020. Amaya Wangeshi.
Hi, everyone. This is Amaya Wangeshi. I'm so excited and honored to be here, not only just because I see this as such a pivotal and essential moment in US history, but because I have the absolute honor of speaking on my favorite thing in politics, student organizing. I remember whenever I first became involved in politics, I think I was in 6th or 7th grade. I would love to say that that came about through love, but it really just came out of frustration. I was frustrated at the world, at the problems that we had. I was frustrated at the people in this world because I didn't understand how we could still have certain problems, such inhumane problems. But most importantly, and most fiercely, I was frustrated at how small I felt. I was a little girl looking at a big world, with adult problems that came with adult enemies, and I felt oh so small. Everyone I had asked had told me there's nothing I could do. They told me I was too young. What they really meant is that I was too small. Nonetheless, I absolutely refused that. I saw that as an excuse, a justification for their own lack of participation in our democracy. So I dove straight in. I knew that this war that we're waging against injustice and hate and evil and oppression needed all the soldiers they could get. It was really all hands on deck. And I was eager to even give and contribute my little middle schooler hands. I share this story with you all today because I understand that so many young people have gone through similar things. We've constantly been told what we can and what we can't do. We've been told what's realistic, feasible, and practical. We've been told what we're capable of. I just want to take this moment to say thank you to all of my young organizers out there. Thank you for fanning your spark into a flame and for caring enough about what's happening in the world and not caring one bit about who says what we can do. This persistence and this resilience is so ineffably imperative, and I really love that about us. My absolute favorite thing is not just our determination, but how unwavering we are. We are so confident in what we believe in, and we understand that it's not up for grabs. There's no place nor time for negotiation, for debates. We understand that our core ideals cannot and mustn't be sacrificed nor compromised. This is something that I actually think adults, you need to learn from us. Be proud of what you believe in. Be proud of what is right and believe in it with all that you have. Fight for it with all that you got. On the left, as a collective, we need to be serious about consolidating, about centralizing, about having a united front, because that is the only way we're going to get through this together. One great individual is great, but two will always be greater. We must focus and heed the salience of accumulating government power, both inside and outside of our government. We must be together, we must fight, and we mustn't cower down. We mustn't go with what is normal, what we're used to, what we're comfortable with. We only have a couple of chances to get this right. We are fighting for the very remnant of our humanity, and it is up to us to take back our own power. Not that someone just randomly took it from us, but we voluntarily gave it away. Please fight. If you believe in what a people's party could be, if you believe in what a major third party in this nation could be, then that should be the end of discussion. Fight for it. Believe in it. Have hope. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I hope you stay safe. I hope you stay organizing. And I hope you remember to vote in this election. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Amaya. Amaya is one of the most remarkable organizers I've ever met. We have so much to learn from her generation. She's half my age. I cannot believe there are organizers half my age that are as talented and dedicated as she is. And it's an honor to have her working with us as student coordinator. And of course, she and her generation represent those who will be the most affected by the climate crisis, upon which both political parties and corporations have known about for almost a half a century without seriously lifting a finger to do something about it. Our next speaker is someone who got national attention when he led a walkout out of a Staten Island Amazon warehouse. When management forced employees to continue working despite an outbreak of coronavirus at the warehouse, please welcome Chris Smalls, who is the founder of the Congress of Essential Workers. Chris, it's great to have you with us.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you for having me. And thank you, People's Party, for putting this amazing convention together with all these prominent people and vessels of this movement in time and history. For those who don't know me, my story, my name is Chris Smalls, former Amazon employee from Staten Island, JFK. Back in March, when this pandemic hit this country, I stood up for what I thought was right. I wasn't an organizer beforehand. I was a concerned parent, a concerned father, a concerned supervisor. And what I stood up for was not only for health and safety concerns, it was for our very own communities that we live in. What you've seen on March 30th changed my life forever. I held a protest. 2 hours later, Amazon decided to terminate me. This goes to tell you, America, capitalism doesn't separate itself from racism. They terminated me. They put a target on my back because of the color of my skin and because of what I did. Don't let him spin it any other way. Let him put these things out in the media that I violated any type of social distancing violations that didn't exist. What we're talking about here is the fact that making a stance in these unprecedented times is very necessary. Doing what you never thought you would be subject to doing in life is what we're talking about here. This moment in time in history is very important for our younger generation. It was a no-brainer for me to do what I did. It was inhumane for me to sit back on the sidelines and do nothing. I sit here proudly to say that I don't have no regrets about my lost job. Working for Jeff Bezos, who is now a $200 billion man, was probably the worst decision of my life. And doing what I did on March 30th was the best decision of my life. Now I'm a catalyst in this labor movement and the social injustice movement. I've been traveling all over the country with my organization that I founded in mid-April, the Congress of Essential Workers, TCOEW, a coalition of workers from all over the nation, from all different backgrounds, Black, brown communities, indigenous communities, immigrants. We all came together, formed this alliance, and continue to stand in the streets and advocate on our very own demands of the working class people and the communities that we live in. Some of these demands are very basic. Medicare for all, something that we should all have as American citizens. The raising of minimum wage to $30 per hour. People are saying that we are unskilled, untrained workers. And I tell everybody that say that we don't deserve $30 an hour, that you're being ignorant and being blinded and brainwashed, that we do not deserve that. As a warehouse worker, working with Amazon since 2015, there's no 4-year accredited college in this nation that could teach you the things that you have to learn in the warehouse. Everybody that came to that gets hired with any company has to go through a training period. And then I tell you, if you teach me something, I will learn it. So we gotta get out of that mentality and understand that this is not the new norm for us. We have to create this. The youth generation, I'm looking to you and I see what you're doing. I've been in the streets with the younger generation and I'm so proud and I'm so happy that we are continuing to fight. Over this past weekend, we were just down in Washington, D.C. in front of Jeff Bezos' mansion, $23 million mansion. And the media want to make headlines about the guillotine that was set up in front of his property, more so than the voices of the stories of the employees that used to work for him or still work for him. And I'm here to say that I'm not going to allow the media to drown out our voices, just like Amazon tried to drown out my voice when they terminated me back on March 30th. You may have read about it, you may have not read about it, but they also tried to run a smear campaign on me. Jeff Bezos, the richest man in the world, was in that conversation when this leaked memo was leaked to the public. This leaked memo said that I'm not smart or articulate, and I should be the face of the whole union organizing for Amazon. And I want to say thank you, David Sapolsky, because you gave me the best idea ever to become a face of this movement. And that's exactly what I continue to do. And that's exactly what I continue to stand for and fight for. As you know, 12 billionaires in this country have accumulated over $1 trillion of wealth during the course of this pandemic, while more than half the country is unemployed. And as you know, the richest man in the world is on pace to be the first trillionaire in history. This is not something that we should be praising. This is something that we should be very aware of, scared of, because these billionaires do not represent this country at all. They put profits above people. People have died to accumulate their wealth for them. and they are not taking care of the Black community, the brown community, the indigenous communities, the immigrants communities at all. We all need to take this moment in time, as COVID-19 is still here, we need to take this moment in time to fight back. And that is the future that I see America going towards. And if these candidates like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris do not represent us, we're putting them on notice starting today with this People's Party movement. I'm letting it be known. I had 9 senators sign a letter on my behalf to Jeff Bezos, 9 of them. Kamala Harris was one of them. Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, Cory Booker. I'm saying to all of you that wrote a letter on my behalf, and not just my behalf, to all the workers that were exploited during these times, we need you guys to take action if you're really representing the power of the people, or if you're trying to represent a message to your constituents that stands in solidarity with the working class people. Enough is enough. I think the youth, the younger generation, and myself included, are tired of the Democratic Party doing a lot of lip service and not enough action. So we're looking for a new way out, and the third party may be the way to go. And I believe this is the foundation, and this coalition that we formed here today with these speakers and stories will be the way of the future. And I want to make sure that I'm a catalyst and a vessel for that movement and the younger generation, because I'm looking to see my kids grow up in a society where they don't have to be subjected to social justice or racial inequalities when they're in the workforce. So please, people, let's take this moment in time in history. Let's come together as Black and brown and all peoples of all different backgrounds and creeds. Let's stand together in solidarity. Do not, I repeat, do not stop fighting. Do not stop marching in these streets. Let's continue to mobilize. Let's continue to be strategic. We have to fight back because the time is now. There will not be another chance after this. We want to look back on this opportunity 5 years from now and say, where was you during COVID-19? Ask yourselves that. Where were you during this moment in time in history? Did you sit back and do nothing, or were you really a part of the movement for change? And I'm going to say, I make a pledge, and I encourage everybody to join me, join my organization, join any organization in your community that is fighting for the change that is very much needed in society today. And that being said, be safe out there, and please vote. Solidarity.
Chris Smalls, everyone. It's absolutely unconscionable to think that we have 2 political parties and a set of oligarchs that are continuing to try to dismantle our public services, attacking their own employees at a time when people are already suffering to such a great extent. And so, Chris, I'm sorry for what happened to you at Amazon, but I am glad that you are now a national voice, that you are giving voice to people who didn't have it before this crisis. Our next speaker is likewise giving a voice to those who don't have it. He is the president of the American Postal Workers Union of Vermont, which has endorsed the Movement for a People's Party. He is on the executive council of the Vermont AFL-CIO. He is, of course, defending the union, which is now under relentless attack by the Trump administration in an effort to question the validity of the vote by mail. But also, as he will share, probably, I'm sure, is the United States Postal Service has been under attack really for decades. And the resolutions that have challenged it the most were passed by the Democratic and the Republican Party, efforts to defund the Postal Service. And so next, it's great to introduce you to Omar Fernandez, president of the APWU of Vermont.
Hello, everyone. My name is Omar Fernandez. I am the president of the American Postal Workers Union of Vermont, and I also am the vice president of the Postal Workers of Vermont for the AFL-CIO. Now, why do I mention these things? The reason I mention those titles is not to impress anyone. The only reason I even bring up those titles is because I received those titles because of the consent of my sisters and brothers in the state of Vermont. They gave me permission to represent them through everything that we need to go through. I'm going to come back to that because we need to come together on things that we can agree upon. But so, and absolutely, the American Postal Workers Union of Vermont endorses the movement for a People's Party. I've only been doing this for a very short years. I've only been working for the post office for 6 years, and I've only been president for 3-4 years. And I've learned, and I've been frustrated that both parties are not doing what they need to do to take care of the Postal Service. I know some of my brothers and sisters out there want to say that somebody here and somebody there is helping us. That's absolutely true. They are, in both sides, Republican and Democrats are both helping us, but not enough. There's too much excuses, too much of, well, we can't because this, we can't because this person hasn't jumped in and all that. That needs to stop. We need a third party because they have two parties already. The oligarchs and the corporations already have two parties that take care of them. We need a party to take care of us. Just want to go over the history of the Postal Service. In 1970, there was a wildcat strike that was created around that area where we decided, went against the laws and everything and formed the American Postal Workers Union. After that, everything was going great. All of a sudden, the Congress wanted to do an analysis to see how the Postal Service was doing. They wanted to see how badly we were doing. But what did they find out instead? They found out that the Postal Service overpaid retirement. Some people say 75 billion, some people say 100 billion have been overpaid during that time. Now, right after that, they came out with a law called the PAEA. This law, passed in 2006 by a lame duck session of Congress by both parties, is what put the concrete around our necks to try to drown us. We still have been surviving because you have been out there supporting us. This law, if it wasn't for this law that makes us pay 75 years in advance of retirement, if it wasn't for that law, the Postal Service would have operating profits in the last 6 years. I'm going to repeat that again. If it wasn't for this PAEA law that was passed, we would have 6 years of profits, and no one would be able to say that the Postal Service was not doing well. Now that I talked about that, and all that stuff was very important, I want to thank the people for supporting the Postal Service. You guys, because of you, things have been taking place that are absolutely amazing. The American Postal Workers Union have been screaming, yelling this for many years about how they've been trying to privatize us. Staples tried to do it. We went against it, all those kind of things. But because of the people, you guys actually forced the Postmaster General to stop doing what he's doing until after the ballots are put in, until after this election, so it doesn't look like they're even doing anything. But I want to let you know, folks, we need to keep going even after that. This is your service. This is your Postal Service. We make the money that we make because you use us. You take care of us. The roads that we have is because of the Postal Service and the power of the people behind us. Do not lose your service. Just want to let you know, in Vermont, in my plant, White River Junction, they took out a facing machine, a cancellation machine, with the idea of them saying, oh, we're going to put in a new one, and so that it could even be better. They still have not done that. It's been about a month and a half, 2 months that they've done that, and they still have not been replacing it. And what do they say? What are the excuse that they say? They say because volume is low. That is absolutely incorrect. If volume is low, then why is overtime high? Absolutely, we have some brothers and sisters that have been out, but that mail is coming in. Those packages are coming in. All that work that machine was doing, is being done manually. Now, if they want to go ahead and keep out the machine and have more people come in to do it manually, I'm for it. We have a great job. I love working for the Postal Service. I love our universal mandate that we have to take care of the people. That is a pride that we have when we serve our people. And there was one other thing. Over in Manchester, New Hampshire, there was a machine that was taken out, anywhere from a $20,000, $30,000 machine was taken out and sold for $2,000 for parts, ladies and gentlemen. These are our machines that they're giving away for nothing, for next to nothing. Now let's talk about the most important thing in all of this. The most important thing in all of us is you, is me. We need to stick together. Let us come together on things we can agree upon. No one is a better advocate for you than you. It's something that I tell my brothers and sisters in the union. We need to come together. We need to stay together and not let anything divide us whatsoever. Not let anything whatsoever divide us. There's some scriptures that I love. The scriptures that I love, written in the word of God. It says in 1 John 4:17, as he is, so are we in this world, ladies and gentlemen. We are God's. Jesus himself said in Psalms 82:6 and in John 10:34, didn't I say that you are God's? Look it up. Don't believe me, it's in there. One thing that I want you to do, almost done here, I want you to call your senators. I want you to use this number, 833-924-0085. Again, 833-924-0085, and tell them to pass the money that we need to keep the Postal Service going. We are an organization that is nonprofit and works on the services that we provide. But because of COVID and because of that PAEA, that's the reason our money is low. I'm going to end with this because I want you to understand and know the power that you have, my sisters and brother. It's a poem by Marianne Williamson. It's called Our Greatest Fear. It says, our greatest fear, it is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are more powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, and fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? You are a child of God. You are playing small, does not serve the world. There's nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people who feel insecure around you. We were born to make manifest the glory of God that is within us. It is not just in some of us, it is in everyone. As we let our light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. One more time. As we let our light shine, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others. Folks, let your light shine. Let's get this party started. Let's keep together. Let us not divide. Let us come together and get things done. Thank you so much for your time, brothers and sisters. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. We're so grateful to have your support at APWU for the Movement for a People's Party. And you can know that the Movement for a People's Party is there for you. And you can call on us anytime that you need, because that's what we believe on as a new party. We believe that a new party needs to stand with postal workers. It needs to stand with workers in general. And so to all of us on the call, I'm sure we will be there to defend the Postal Service and the postal unions in their time of need. Our next speaker has sent in a video from his comedy special. He is a renowned comedian, host of Redacted Tonight. This clip, which he has sent us, is from his newest comedy special, performed at the El Rey Theater in Los Angeles, Lee Camp.
He's a catastrophe. But here's the thing. I'm going to say his name probably 1 to 2 more times throughout this hour. And the reason is because he's a fucking symptom. He's not the cause of our problems, all right? He's a symptom. He's a visual representation of how fucked up shit has gotten. He's just a boil that has risen up, and now we can all see it. And the mask has come off, and we're like, oh, there it is. Oh, I didn't know how bad it got until I saw that thing. But he's not the cause. And we have the resistance, the faux resistance, the Mick resistance, the corporate Dems and the mainstream media, and they're like, we're the resistance! Oh, really? You're gonna stop the big banks from exploiting all of us? Well, no, not on the big banks, no. We're the resistance! Oh, you're gonna stand up to big pharma so that people can fucking afford their medication? No, not on pharma. But otherwise, we're the resistance! Oh, you're gonna stand up against private prisons and the fact that we're imprisoning everybody in this goddamn country? Well, no, not on that. But we're the resistance! Oh, you're gonna stop the wars around the world that are killing innocent civilians? Well, no, not on that. Well, then what the fuck are you resisting? What are you resisting? And they're like, well, we're opposed to porn stars.
Camp, everyone. Hope you enjoyed that. You can find the whole comedy special on YouTube for free, released just recently. It's hilarious. I recommend it very highly. And I also want to give an update on the People's Convention overall. So I have just learned that we are top 10 trending in the United States of America right now. All of you here in the People's Convention, that's your doing. This is your party that we're building right here. Number 9 trending along with People's Party. So way to go, everyone. Let's keep it up. Next up, we have the National Director of Move to Amend, President of the Board of Directors of Democracy Unlimited, and a local democracy fellow with the Liberty Tree Foundation. It is Caitlin Sapasi Belknap.
Hi, everyone. My name is Caitlin Sapasi Belknap, and I'm honored and excited to be here today in such distinguished company, which includes, of course, the thousands and thousands of you who are tuning in because you've had it with the corporate party duopoly. I also want to give a shout out to my fellow Greens who are here. I've been a Green since I turned 18, so I want to acknowledge my sisters and brothers who have known for a long time that this shit is rigged. I'm here today in my capacity as National Director of Move to Amend. Move to Amend is a grassroots movement to pass the We the People Amendment to the Constitution to make clear that only human beings have constitutional rights, and to make clear that the ability to exercise our First Amendment free speech rights and have influence over elections should have nothing to do with how much money you have. Last year, Movement for a People's Party endorsed Move to Amend, and I hope that you'll do the same at movetoamend.org. And the Movement for a People's Party adopted the principles of our amendment in the initial party platform, which is certainly more than can be said for the Republican Party, who embrace Citizens United with glee, and the Democratic Party, who pay lip service to ending corporate rule, but whose leadership serves at the behest of their Wall Street funders. Ending corporate rule is foundational to making real the promise of democracy, a promise that has never fully been fulfilled in the United States, and whose blessings are less attainable with every minute that Republicans or the Democratic Party hold power. Our Constitution has been hijacked by corporations. Whenever a local community or state is able to organize its people to fight back and to pass a law or measure to try to rein in corporate power, whether over our food, our health, our safety, our wages, our environment, or our elections, giant corporations hold the ultimate trump card in that they can sue our government, in effect sue we the people, and get the courts to strip away our efforts at self-government over our economic institutions. What does this look like? This looks like Monsanto suing the state of California because they don't want to have to label that Roundup causes cancer. So they claim that my state's labeling laws violate their constitutional rights, and winning because the courts uphold their rights over those of we the people. Or it looks like coal companies suing states and using the argument that environmental regulations are a takings of property under the Fifth Amendment so that our communities, already strapped for cash, are forced to pay for the profits coal companies would have made if we want to keep protecting our public and our environmental health. Or it looks like states trying to protect their local businesses who are up against the Walmarts of the world, but instead the Supreme Court has stripped communities of the freedom to decide which businesses to foster by using the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause on behalf of multinational corporations. The 14th Amendment was intended to ensure equal protection for African Americans after slavery. All of these examples are real cases that are happening right now or that have already happened as part of the court-created doctrine of corporate personhood, which is why we must pass the We the People Amendment to put a stop to this. Until we make clear that only human beings have constitutional rights, companies will continue to win against us in court because our legal system prioritizes corporate rights over human rights. And democracy is impossible under these conditions, just like it's impossible when a tiny fraction of the people hold 99% of the wealth and political power, and the rest of us are left to squabble over crumbs. But now in 2020, we're coming together to say enough. No more squabbling. Working people have had it. If we want to control our destiny, if we want to live in a world that isn't racked by racism or colonization or misogyny or climate disasters, we have to stand up and stop accepting our future being determined by a greedy minority whose only agenda is gobbling up everything for themselves. Vote however your conscience tells you to in November, but the time is now to build a major new party for working people in America, free from corporate and billionaire influence, that takes all that we have learned in the fight for independent political parties over the last 25 years and applies it to our current challenges and our current opportunities. We're on the precipice as a country and as a species. The America that we have known is a failure, and nearly everything needs to change. And we know this in our hearts. We have so much work before us, but we can do it because we have to. Let's embrace new visions that draw on old wisdom and bury the structures of oppression and exploitation that entrench the Democratic and Republican parties and the forces that own them. I'm so very honored to be here with you to start this party, and I can't wait to see what we'll accomplish. And please do join us at Move to Amend in passing the We the People Amendment to end corporate rule. You can do that at movetoamend.org.
Caitlin, it's an honor. Thank you for your comments. That is the fire that we need to start a major new party. Our next speaker is someone who likewise brings that fire and adds to it a real tradition of American intellectualism, which unfortunately is not the norm. We have the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, former foreign correspondent for the New York Times, Middle East bureau chief and Balkan bureau chief with the New York Times, author of several best-selling books, writes for many national publications, host of the Emmy award-winning RT America show On Contact, Chris Hedges.
Thanks, Nick, and thanks for letting me speak with such impressive people, some of whom I know and most of whom I know about. There is only one choice in this election, and that is the consolidation of oligarchic power under Donald Trump or the consolidation of oligarchic power under Joe Biden. The oligarchs with Trump or Biden will win again, and we will lose. The oligarchs made it abundantly clear, should Bernie Sanders have miraculously become the Democratic Party nominee, they would join forces with the Republicans to crush him. The oligarchs preach the mantra of the least worst to us when they attempt to ram a Hillary Clinton or a Joe Biden down our throats, but ignore it for themselves. They prefer Biden over Trump, but they can live with either. Only one thing matters to the oligarchs. It is not democracy. It is not truth. It is not the consent of the governed. It is not income inequality. It is not the surveillance state. It is not endless war. It is not jobs. It is not the climate breakdown. It is the primacy of corporate power, which has extinguished our democracy and left most of the working class and the working poor in misery, as well as the continued increase and consolidation of their wealth. It is impossible to work within the system to shatter the hegemony of oligarchic power or institute meaningful reform. Change, real change, will only come by sustained acts of mass civil disobedience and mobilization, as with the Yellow Vest movement in France and the British-based Extinction Rebellion. The longer we are fooled by the electoral burlesque, the more disempowered we will become. Dr. Cornel West and I were on the streets with protesters in Philadelphia outside the appropriately named Wells Fargo Center during the 2016 Democratic Convention, when hundreds of courageous Sanders delegates walked out of the hall. "Show me what democracy looks like," they chanted, holding Bernie signs above their heads as they poured out of the exits. "This is what democracy looks like." Sanders' greatest tactical mistake was not joining them. He bowed in fear before the mighty altar of the corporate state. He had desperately tried to stave off a revolt by his supporters and delegates on the eve of the convention by sending out repeated messages in his name, most of them authored by members of the Clinton campaign, to be respectful, not disrupt the nominating process and support Clinton. Sanders was a dutiful sheepdog then and is a dutiful sheepdog now, attempting to herd his disgruntled supporters into the embrace of the Clinton and now Biden campaign. Sanders apparently believed that if he was obsequious enough to the Democratic Party elite, they would give him a chance in 2020, a chance they denied him in 2016. Politics, I suspect he would argue, is about compromise and the practical, and this is true. But playing politics in a system that is not democratic is about being complicit in the charade. Sanders misread the Democratic Party leadership, swamp creatures of the corporate state. He misread the Democratic Party itself, which is a corporate mirage. Its base can, at best, select pre-approved candidates and act as props at rallies and in choreographed party conventions. The Democratic Party voters have zero influence on party politics or party policies. Sanders' naivete and perhaps his lack of political courage drove away many of his most committed young supporters. They are right, he is wrong. We need to overthrow the system, not placate it. Trump and Biden are each repugnant figures, doddering into old age with cognitive lapses and no moral core. Is Trump more dangerous than Biden? Yes. Is Trump more inept and more dishonest? Yes. Is Trump more of a threat to the open society? Yes. But is Biden the solution? No. Biden represents the nostalgia of the ruling elite for the old neoliberal order. He personifies the betrayal by the Democratic Party of working men and women that spark the deep hatred of the ruling elites across the political spectrum. He is a gift to demagogues and con artists like Trump. A Biden presidency will ensure that far more competent demagogues will rise to take power. Biden cannot plausibly offer change. He can only offer more of the same, and most Americans do not want more of the same. The country's largest voting bloc, the 100 million plus citizens who out of apathy or disgust do not vote, will once again stay home. This demoralization of the electorate is by design. In America, you are only allowed to vote against what you hate. But by voting for Biden, you do vote for something. You vote for the humiliation of courageous women, such as Anita Hill, who confronted their abusers. You vote for the architects of the endless wars in the Middle East. You vote for the apartheid state in Israel. You vote for wholesale surveillance of the public by government intelligence agencies and the abolition of due process and habeas corpus. You vote for austerity programs, including the destruction of welfare and cuts to Social Security. You vote for NAFTA, free trade deals, deindustrialization, a decline in wages, the loss of hundreds of thousands of manufacturing jobs, and the offshoring of jobs to underpaid workers who toil in sweatshops in Mexico, China, or Vietnam. You vote for the assault on public education and the transfer of federal funds to for-profit and Christian charter schools. You vote for the doubling of our prison population, the tripling and quadrupling of sentences, and huge expansion of crimes meriting the death penalty. You vote for militarized police who gun down poor people of color with impunity. You vote against the Green New Deal and immigration reform. You vote for limiting a woman's right to abortion and reproductive rights. You vote for a segregated public school system in which the wealthy receive educational opportunities and poor people are denied a chance. You vote for punitive levels of student debt and the inability to free yourself of debt obligations through bankruptcy. You vote for deregulating the banking industry and the abolition of Glass-Steagall. You vote for the for-profit insurance and pharmaceutical corporations and against universal health care. You vote for bloated defense budgets. You vote for the use of unlimited oligarchic and corporate money to buy our elections. You vote for a politician who during his time in the Senate abjectly served the interests of MBNA, the largest independent credit card company headquartered in Delaware, which also employed Biden's son, Hunter. What the public wants and deserves will again be ignored for what the corporate lobbyists demand if we do not respond to the social and economic catastrophe that has been visited on most of the population, exacerbated by our failure to control the pandemic. We will be unable to thwart the rise of corporate tyranny and a Christian fascism or halt the ecocide that will wipe out the human species along with most other life forms. Right-wing violence, along with lethal police violence, will explode with or without Trump in office if we do not build robust socialist programs to reintegrate those who've been pushed aside back into society, to heal the ruptured social bonds, to give workers jobs that provide a sustainable income and dignity, empowerment and protection, to provide free and well-funded schooling through college. If we do not rebuild our labor unions, along with instituting universal health care and an end to the squandering of our resources on endless war. Yes, we need new radical parties, which is why I'm here today. And in this election and from now on, we need to stand up for our values, not surrender them, which is why I urge you in this election to vote for the Green Party. I am not willing to surrender every issue I care about to become an accomplice in this moral squalor and death march to extinction. But I'm also not naive enough to tell you we can win. The corporate state has built very effective mechanisms of control and oppression. But these corporate forces have us by the throat, and they have my children by the throat. In the end, I do not fight fascists because I will win. I fight fascists because they are fascists. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, for that very lucid assessment of where we are as a country. You speak with the knowledge of having seen the breakdown of civil societies in other countries in Eastern Europe. And I am honored and privileged, as we all are, that you bring that perspective and analysis here today to truly appreciate the gravity of what is happening in the United States. Our next segment is a montage of the many thousands of different supporters that we have across the country. I'm happy to say that as a part of the lead up to the People's Convention, we put out a call for videos, for testimony, for citizen testimony, to be a part of the convention, to speak in their own words about what is happening across the country. It is one thing for those of us who are here today, whom you're hearing from as speakers, to share it with you. It is another for you to hear it from people themselves in their own struggles that they've confronted. So I'm happy now to turn it over to our storyboard testimonials videos, to them.
Neither of the major parties in the United States represent the people. Both represent the interests of the wealthy.
I've been voting for this two-party system forever. For what? Why do we have them?
Right now, what we have is essentially a two-party duopoly that gives us one more choice than a dictatorship.
We can't have universal health care. Big Pharma won't allow it. We can't have a living wage. Big business won't allow it. We can't address the climate crisis. The fossil fuel industry won't allow it.
Politicians that we currently have in power and the system that currently oppresses us
has been stealing our money for decades.
Can we thrive under this current system? Well, I would ask all of the people who are currently suffering due to COVID-19, who can't afford to pay their outrageous hospital bills.
I know from personal experience that this hospital will sue me and garnish my wages if I can't pay them.
The hospital denied me because of lack of funding, even though I was disabled and had Medicare insurance. They told me to go fund me. In 3 days, I raised $28,000, and I was finally put on the heart transplant list.
I tried to apply for disability in January and was told that I would not qualify, that the courts assume we lie and cook the books.
Both parties are representing people who don't have problems that government can solve. And the people who do have problems that government can solve aren't being represented.
I've been a climate activist for a long time, and I'm tired of fighting pipelines and dirty fossil fuels. So it's time to start over. Brand new party.
Corporations feel they own nature and own the ecosystems and own people.
When I look out at the world, I see people sleeping on the streets. I see people who are food insecure. I see people who are loaded with a mountain of debt coming out of college. And I see people in a pandemic who don't have health care. I don't know how anybody looks at that and says things are operating correctly.
Police haven't changed. There's no reforming the police.
If you provide the people with opportunity, there will be far less crime. The reason why people commit crime is because they see no other way.
We will always be voting for more war and more devastation so long as we vote Democrat or we vote Republican. It is time to vote for the people so that we can still have a country, a planet.
I have hope and belief in MPP.
The People's Party, they care about people.
We need a new party.
We need the People's Party now.
You have it there from our very own supporters about why this is so important, that we need to form a major new party. Next up was going to be Senator Mike Gravel. Unfortunately, Senator Gravel was not able to join us today, but he said that he would be honored to join us on a national call later. And so we will have to save something for everyone for later. But they say always keep them wanting more. So there you have it. And so in place of Mike Gravel, we have our next speaker is a former grassroots candidate for Congress in New York's 12th Congressional District. She's on the steering committee of the Justice for All Coalition. She's a planner of the Women's March in New York City. She is a stand-up comedian, and she is Lauren Ashcraft. Please welcome Lauren Ashcraft.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here today. My name is Lauren Ashcraft, and you may recognize me from my recent congressional campaign in New York 12. I ran to raise awareness around some of the most urgent issues our society faces. But along the way, I realized that everything is so much more broken than it even seems. We live in a failed state, and that state was built around the premise of white property-owning men making decisions that only benefit them. That's held up so well that 244 years later, our fascist president, the administration, police, are thanking white supremacist terrorists for slaughtering protesters in the street. That's the country that we live in. You cannot fix something that was built to be broken. We have to shatter the systems that oppress us and rebuild everything for all of us. We're in an abusive relationship with our two-party system. The Democratic Party plays good cop, while the Republican Party plays bad cop. And what have we learned through all of these protests? All cops are bastards. We need a party that is built from truth-telling, from the struggles of the working class, not a party that accepts money from the industries that profit from our oppression. What no establishment politician wants you to know, that at the federal level, we pay for things through something called congressional appropriations. Nothing bad has ever happened when we've spent more than we've taxed back. We're doing it right now. We're deficit spending to pay for endless wars, to put kids in cages, to militarize the police. There is no deficit boogeyman that comes out from under our beds when we pay for war. So why is it that our politicians want us to think there is when we want universal health care? They'd lose their donors. So let me tell you something that was not said at the RNC, that was certainly not said at the DNC. We can pay for universal health care. We can pay for the Green New Deal. We can pay for a jobs guarantee. We can cancel the rent. We can pay for everyone in this country to get $2,000 a month until the end of this crisis. We can defund the police. We can stop endless wars. We can build a country in which we are all truly equal. What we can't do is wait. To wait means you have the privilege of jogging down the street, sleeping in your bed, or opening your car door without being shot by the police. Someday your loved ones are going to ask you what you did in this moment. Tell them that you knew we had to change and that you did everything you could to fight for it. So I'm asking you to join me by voting your conscience this November and help me afterwards to build a party and platform that works for every single one of us. We don't have to choose between bad and worse. We can choose change. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you. That is very well said. And I'm happy to say, too, that I have just learned that we are now #4 trending in the United States. Because this is the convention that people should have seen 2 weeks ago. This is the convention that people should have seen 1 week ago. And it's happening now. In 3 weeks, we, as the Movement for a People's Party, organized all of these amazing people that you're seeing here today. Imagine what we can do as the people in 4 years. Our next speaker is also a former Democratic congressional candidate from New York. He ran for New York's 9th congressional district. He is a housing rights organizer and a criminal justice advocate, a combat veteran of the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, Isaiah James.
Thank you so much for having me. I want to thank everybody for hosting this and putting this on. You know, and I'm for those who don't know me, my name is Isaiah James, 33 years old. Like I said, I'm a housing organizer. I'm a disabled veteran. I'm an activist. But first and foremost, I'm a Black man in America. And as many of you have seen over these past few weeks and months, you know, the plight of Black people in America is something that really needs to be heard and taken seriously. You know, we haven't been nearly as diligent as as a country at dealing with our 400-year sin, the sin of slavery and the sin of inequality and the sin of racial segregation in this country. And until we excise that tumor from the body, that cancer is going to do nothing but linger. You know, so I'm here to talk today about our politics in this country. And as many of you know, as I know, as everybody watching this knows, our politics is beyond broken. It is broken on both sides, Republican and Democrat. The audacity of both parties in this country to tell women when they can and cannot use their constitutional rights over their body. And when I say that, it's because Democrats spend more money on wars than Planned Parenthood. The audacity of both parties in this country to tell Black people that you should go to jail for longer. And I say that because Democrats also fund private prisons and they fund the police state. The audacity of both parties in this country to say we cannot afford universal health care when Democrats and Republicans both fund our war machine. Well, guess what? It's time for us, the people, to be audacious. It's time for us to stand up and make our voices heard. Because like it's always been true, nobody was ever born on the top of Mount Everest. You get there one step at a time. The journey is long, it is hard, it is arduous, but it is worth it when you get to the summit. And that's what Dr. Martin Luther King talked about 50, 60 years ago. That's what Brother Malcolm X talked about. That's what Fannie Lou Hamer talked about. That's what all these great men and women throughout our generations have talked about, is about moving the ball forward with each generation. Like, I'm 33 years old. I may not get to see the end of this result, but I damn sure know that we have to push. It's time for all of us to stand up and stiffen our spines and strengthen our resolves and put our backs to the wheel and move this country in the direction that it purports to be. Because our founding document was written by men who owned slaves. So that should tell you how much stock they put in the word freedom. But it says that all men and women were created equal. If that is so, if that is to ever be true, we have to make it true, because change doesn't exist in a vacuum. No rights that we have were ever easily won. They are hard fought. So when it comes time for people like me in this generation, and I am so proud and honored to be here, and you see there's people from all walks of life, comedians, actors, politicals, scientists, professors, because that's what it is. This is a movement. This is a movement saying that the people have had enough. You don't have to be Republican to like this movement. You don't have to be Democrat to like this movement. All you have to be is a person that is willing to say that I am my brother's keeper. I am my sister's keeper. I am this earth's steward, because we did not inherit this earth from our ancestors. We're borrowing it from future generations. And if we want it to look like anything for our children and grandchildren, we have to start now. Because as was said before, the clock is ticking. We don't have time to wait on income inequality. We don't have time to wait on climate change. We don't have time to wait on criminal justice reform. We don't have time to wait. Poor people, working people, Black people, brown people, indigenous people, trans folks, we don't have the luxury of sitting back and being placated anymore. We don't have the luxury of going to talk to our friends in Congress because they don't listen to us. They only listen to the big donors. So now is the time for us to stand up. And I understand that it's a monumental task. It really, truly is. But so was dismantling slavery, a system that had existed for 200 plus years. It's a monumental task. But so was dismantling Jim Crow, a system that had existed for almost 100 years. It's a monumental task. But guess what? We're up to the task. We're up to doing it. You know, I ran for Congress last cycle, not because I wanted fame or money or exposure. I ran for Congress because I'm tired of seeing the same homeless brothers and sisters on my block. I ran for Congress because I am tired, my wife being a public school teacher, us having to scrape together whatever money we have to buy things for her classroom, while the NYPD's budget is $6 billion. I ran for Congress because I am tired of seeing 22 veterans die a day of suicide when our defense budget is $760 billion. I ran for Congress because I am tired of seeing high-rise buildings go up in my community that people who look like me, who built this community, cannot afford. I ran for Congress because I am tired of getting those damn messages in my email box telling me that I owe hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loans. I ran for Congress because I am tired of seeing women have to live in homeless shelters while we have more billionaires than any city in the world. I ran for Congress because I was tired of seeing this. And if you are tired of seeing this too, if you are fed up with our two-party corporate system that is backed by the same oligarchs and the same fascist movement, if you are tired, then I implore you to stand up and join a People's Party. I implore you that, because this November, I'm not going to tell you who to vote for, but I'm telling you right now, I'm not voting for Joe Biden. I'm not voting for the lesser of two evils. The lesser of two evils is still evils. And if Joe Biden were to win, all it's going to do is empower the next neo-lib, the next neo-lib, and the next neo-lib. We have to break the chain. We have to break the cycle. All it takes is one. A mighty oak tree grows out of a tiny seed. This is the seed right now that's being planted. And now it's up to us to water it. So when the tree bears fruit, future generations can feast from our labors. So thank you again to everybody who's here, who's stepping up, who's speaking out. Thank you for putting this panel together. Thank you for inviting me. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Isaiah. I think that sent shivers down my spine, your speech about why you ran. Next up, we have the creative activist, a singer, a writer, host of Act Out on Free Speech TV, freelance writer, founder of Art Killing Apathy, founder and lead singer of the political hard rock band Rooftop Revolutionaries. She's going to read us a poem, a fantastic poet, recently published all her poems in Paradigm Lost. Please welcome Eleanor Goldfield.
Thank you so much, Nick, and thank you. Wow, it's been incredibly inspiring and awesome to hear everyone speak. It's kind of like you don't even need poetry because you're already doing it. But I am here to offer a little bit of a poetic break. And actually, this was specially requested by Nick. So I wrote it for this particular time and place that we're all experiencing. So yeah, I hope you enjoy it. What a strange time to write poetry. What a strange time to play music. What a strange time to build barricades and light Molotov dreams. What a strange time to rattle thrones. To breathe tear gas and sage. To smell change. To pray with raised fists and to meditate in bellowed screams. What a strange time to smile, to laugh, to wear masks that reveal who we are, to dance when we know the world is watching, to forge silver linings in hurricanes, to write our stories in graffiti on monuments to a whitewashed history. A strange time. The siren song of normal, a normal so strange. Do you remember? That mirage, a facade of democracy, a well-dressed hypocrisy, now naked, obvious, true. Illusions always die hard, and they always haunt the living. Everything wasn't all right, and it isn't all right. It may not be all right. I'm not all right, and if you're not all right, that's all right. Through a trembling hand, I can write poetry. With aching arms, we can build. Through tired eyes, we can see. With weak knees, we can fight. In the din of toppling empires, we can rest. And in these cramped corners, we can make worlds. We are historic. We are futuristic. We are placeholders for infinity. We won't be here again, but we are here now. In these strange days and in these strange ways. And you can stop us like you can stop a sunrise. Seeds will grow and others will burn. That fire inside is your ancestral guide. Call on it now. As we swoop into trenches, navigate underworlds, catch glimpses of sky and carve hope in our minds. Feel summer's soaked concrete, our feet pounding streets. Sew our dreams with silver threads, weave wonder in a weary world. And these songs of freedom drown out our fears. Carrying a tune from fields to mines, from Haymarket to Zuccotti Park, it's the chorus of improvised beats, no solos but symphonies rising, more and more a crescendo electric, tripping that light fantastic, bombastic. It ain't no requiem mass, it's a love song. To militant joy, to radical resolve, to the solidarity of the shaken. To the emergent, divergent, and like root systems finding our way home, to the fight, to the build. Heartbeats pulse the rhythm of our place and our time. There's no pause, no rewind. Play.
Thank you, Eleanor. That was beautiful. I hope that you will submit more to us. We would love to publish them on peoplesparty.org. There is no revolution without art and without poetry and without dance and without song. And the People's Party is no exception. I'm happy to say too that we have now climbed to number 2 trending nationally in the United States. That's what it looks like for the people to be taking power back. That's what it looks like for the people to be claiming no more, for them to be saying, now we take the driver's seat. Our next speaker is the host of the Progressive Soapbox and radio show out of Washington, D.C., Fault Lines, on 105.5 FM, Jamarl Thomas.
Thank you, Nick. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I quibbled back and forth over what to actually talk about, but I think I want to start with unemployment. 1 million people filed for unemployment last week. This compounds with 1 million that filed before that. On top of the 1 million people that filed, 12 million people had to file or basically are out of healthcare at this very moment in the midst of a pandemic. This combines with the 27 million people that were out of healthcare even after Obamacare was signed. There are people who are basically flung into the streets from their homes because they couldn't necessarily afford to pay their rent. And understand all of these things are acts of policy. They're not acts of God. There were choices that were made to benefit one over the other. In Wisconsin, right now, there are riots. Now, people who are, let's say, the comfortable class will wag their fingers at those riots, but they always and never necessarily deal with the realities that were there as precursors. No one in their right mind wants to be out there angry and perturbed and throwing stuff. They're visiting violence upon people who are, let's say, somewhat in an indiscriminate manner. But again, no one wants to pay attention to what was visited on them prior. The poverty rate for African Americans in Kenosha, Wisconsin was 39%. For whites, 13%. There are majority, if you're looking for areas that have a majority African American population, the overwhelming majority are either prisons or jails. That's astonishing. Those were acts of policy. That's horrendous. I'm making the point to you that these things are visited on your society, and in being visited on your society, no one cares up to that point. Compare and contrast that with the beauty pageants that the Republican Party and the Democratic Party had. Neither one of these parties are dealing with the real material concerns of this population. Both of these parties have realized that basically, because it's only two, both can be captured by corporate class, and both can have somewhat of a similar interest powered by the people who are basically putting money in their pocket, sliding credit cards through their butt cheeks. This is our politics. We accept this. There's no way out in a political sense for this. The only way out is to extricate yourself from the political party, stand under the banner of policy. Do you realize we dragged Medicare for All over the burning corpse of 20 Democrats, all of them taking their shots, all of them doing whatever they can to poke holes in that policy, and we win 88% support in the context of a party. And we're not even talking about the rest of the population with 69% support. If you can't get that over the finish line with Biden, Pelosi, Schumer telling you to kick rocks, you can get nothing over the finish line regarding policy that you want. The only move, the only strategy is to leave and to stand under the banner of policy and make a demand. You get our vote when you represent our interests. This is our litmus test. And that is true for any candidate, by the way. It is their responsibility to get your vote regardless of what party they belong to. I'm making the point that if you're a lefty and you don't get it at this point, this is your task. This is your play. If the Democratic Party really does believe, after 30 million people make a demand and say, this is what we want, and you don't appropriate that, and they're willing to tank it to a man they're considering the apocalypse, any notion of representative government is dead. That's the first point. But the second point is your legitimacy goes to the degree to which you can maintain, let's say, a demand and being willing to go through with that demand. The People's Party is a platform that allows you to deal with that, to do that, to state your political case, to function and push for your political objectives. Which is why I say, yes, vote for the party or the people who you believe represent your interests the most. But from the standpoint of the People's Party, I love what Nick Brana has done, and it has my support thoroughly. Nick, back to you. I'm bad with time, so I'm trying to keep myself short.
Thank you, Jamarl. It's wonderful to have your support and to have been a guest in your show in person last, and look forward to many more in the work that we have ahead of us. Our next speaker is likewise an independent media leader, as well as a comedian, the host of Get Your News On with Ron, and I'm very grateful to him, Ron Placone, and Graham Elwood for hosting our organizers at their live comedy events back when that was a thing. They were very gracious in always, and any venue that they went to providing a table for MPP organizers, and I'm very thankful for that. And so I'd like to introduce to you now, Ron Placone.
Thank you very much, Nick. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. We are here today because we realize that, people say, oh, the system's broken. Here we realize, no, the system's working. The system's working the way it's supposed to. It's working the way it's supposed to for the donor class and for Wall Street. It's working so well, it's gotten to the point where our options for president are Joe Biden or Donald Trump. Like most people with a pulse, I don't want to vote for either candidate for a lot of reasons. One of them being, I have a cat. I already spend enough time checking a box for a piece of shit. And it's not unreasonable to say the only time people should be having to choose between alleged rapists is if they're picking someone out of a suspect lineup, not voting for a leader of the free world. And this is the point that it's gotten us to. This is by design. It's by design. During the Democratic presidential primaries, there was more talk about having empathy for billionaires than there was about stopping the systemic murder of Black people by police. We've reached a point where people like John Kasich and Colin Powell are part of the supposed alternative to the conservatives. At the rate we're going now, by 2028, Don Jr. is going to run for president as a Democrat. I don't know who the Republican nominee is going to be. I'm guessing it's going to be a hologram of Mussolini. I'd imagine that'll be the front runner. And this is by design. The Republicans are one of the greatest existential threats to mankind, to paraphrase Noam Chomsky. I believe that to be true. And the only way they're able to be this horrible is because of how ineffective the Democrats are, and vice versa. They need each other, and that's bipartisanship. It takes a Republican wing and a Democrat wing for the American eagle to fly, so it can shit on all of our heads. And we're here to say it's time to end the duopoly. We're here to say that it's not radical to demand the type of healthcare system the rest of the industrialized world takes for granted. It's not radical to say we need to act bold on climate change now with a Green New Deal and it can't wait. It's not radical to say anybody working 40 hours a week at an honest job deserves a living wage. It's not radical to say we need to look out for the most vulnerable among us. It's not radical to say that education should be for everyone and not just for the elite. And it's certainly not radical to say it is time to end the wars and end them now. And I want to give us a special thank you, first of all, to everyone here today, because you're all so amazing. But in particular, there are some of the speakers today that have done so much to educate myself and everybody else in the world, really, about what the United States is doing around the world, because that's a job the corporate media refuses to do and won't do. And that is why I personally am not for any war unless I'm willing to go fight in it myself. That's why the only war I am for is the war on drugs. I'm fighting for drugs. I think we're going to win, actually. I'm feeling good about it, and I'm doing my part one joint at a time. But we are here today to say it is time to end the duopoly, and we cannot settle for less. And the time is now, because if not now, when? Because at the end of the day, my friends, there is nothing pragmatic about an incremental solution to a catastrophic problem. My name is Ron Placone. You can learn more about me at ronplacone.com. Thank you very much for allowing me to be part of this. I love you all very much. Peace.
Ron Placone, everyone. Republicans were, as Ron says, fittingly given almost as much time as progressives at the Democratic Party convention, as if progressives who, as Ron pointed out, have the greatest support in terms of the policies. Medicare for all, 88% among Democrats and among all Americans. Medicare for all, getting money out of politics, free public college, all of these things are super majority issues. Universal basic income, 82%. Super majority issues, and yet the Democratic Party cannot so much as put speakers on to speak about it. In fact, they put up Andrew Yang to speak, and they wouldn't even let Andrew Yang say the words, gave him 2 minutes, wouldn't let him say the words, basic income. That's the Democratic Party of today. Next up, we have Maybe a Girl. She is a Silver Lake neighborhood councilwoman, and she's also the first drag queen elected to public office in the United States. Maybe, it is great to have you.
Hey, everybody. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to be here for the People's Convention. Thanks so much for having me here. My name is Maybe a Girl, and I'm the first drag queen elected to public office in the United States. In early 2019, I was elected to the Silver Lake Neighborhood Council in Los Angeles, and I'm currently serving as the treasurer and co-chair of both the Budget and Finance Committee and the LGBTQIA Advocates Committee. I also ran for the U.S. House of Representatives this election cycle in California's 28th Congressional District and came within 1,100 votes of advancing to the general election. We lost by less than 1%. Representation is so important in our governments on every level, from municipal to state to federal. That's part of the reason why I ran against establishment Democrat Adam Schiff this year for a seat in Congress. I'm a trans feminine, non-binary person, and I want to ask you how we can expect people like you or me to be fairly represented in our government when there's no one like you or me in our government. Just 2 weekends ago, 3 trans women were brutally attacked in Hollywood. It was all caught on film. It was clearly a hate crime. Public officials made sure to be there for the news announcement of an arrest in the case. But a week later, when the case was dropped by the DA and the criminals were released, our same elected officials were nowhere to be found to demand justice. This is unacceptable and an inaccurate reflection of our values and ideals. I'm sure you've all noticed that the two-party system is not working for everybody. In fact, it's only working for corporate America and the wealthy elites. Big business doesn't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican, because big business knows that leaders of both parties are working to enhance the corporate agenda rather than the agenda of the people. It's naive to believe that our elected officials will fight for Medicare for all when their donors are health insurers. It's foolish to believe that our elected officials care about housing justice when their donors are real estate developers. And it's incomprehensible that our elected officials will keep us out of war when their donors are weapons makers and principals of the military-industrial complex. It's time to disband the dysfunctional two-party system that perpetuates greed and corporate influence in American politics. It's we, the people, that hold the power, and the elite are doing everything they can to make sure that we don't realize that. True progress for the people cannot be achieved until we form our own party, a party that finally serves the interests of real people like you and me. Let this be the last time that we vote blue, no matter who, which ultimately enables the status quo to rob the poor and the sick and incarcerate and kill people of color. We have the opportunity to create a new America, one in which every person has access to healthcare, education, housing, and dignity. I am so proud to support the movement for a People's Party, and I cannot wait to see the people rise up. Please join the movement and demand more of our government. Black Lives Matter, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Maybe. Next up, we have another independent media leader, another longtime supporter of MPP. It is the host, hailing from Miami, of Mi Casa es Su Casa, Nico House.
Thanks, Nick. I appreciate you guys having me. You all may not know this, but a lot of people ask me on a regular basis, who am I going to vote for? Which party am I going to vote for this election? Well, actually, generally, people tell me who I better vote for or else. But, you know, I usually pose a few questions to them. So I asked them when they say, well, who are you going to vote for? I said, well, it depends which one of them spoke up for the indigenous Americans at Standing Rock. And the answer is none of them. Well, then I say, well, you told me I can't vote for a racist. Well, then I can't vote for a segregationist either, right? And maybe I will vote for the person who had a very strict anti-war stance, a stance that is not only anti-war, but is actually a stance of peace. Which one of those candidates and which one of those parties represent that? Out of curiosity, are any of the choices you're offering me declining money from the largest lobbying group in the country, AIPAC, in favor of speaking up for the Palestinians who are literally dying under the current circumstances of an apartheid government? Which one of those candidates are speaking up about the open market slavery that we're seeing in Libya as a result of one of the candidates' administration? Which one of those candidates in a time of a pandemic is pushing for the most popular policy choice in the country, which is Medicare for all? Which one of those candidates is supporting that? Which one of those candidates in a time of a pandemic is pushing for the solutions that have already been made available overseas, like one that Cuba invented, that has actually led to them defeating, essentially, the COVID-19 virus? Which one of those candidates is denying corporate money and corporate super PACs? Which one of those candidates are speaking up about election integrity and fighting tooth and nail every single day to make sure my vote counts, rather than making a partisan mockery of our vote simply to push their own personal party's agenda? Which one of those candidates is going to speak up for myself as a Black male, not only when it's convenient when they're running for office, but actually putting their money where their mouth is and putting pen to paper for policy that benefits everyone, rather than just the 1% in the elite? And the truth is, when I tell people that, they can't believe that those are the only options left. And you know how you make sure that these are not the only options left in 2 years, in 4 years, et cetera? Then you organize now behind a party that is based its entire platform strictly on the issues rather than personality. See, the People's Party has been different in that regard, if you haven't noticed. There's no personality to get behind. There's no cult of a personality to get behind. The only cult that you can join is a cult of the issues. See, I know my history, and I understand that the best movements have always been focused but decentralized. And for those of you who may be in a position where you feel like you have to choose, because your choices are essentially, by the way, neo-fascism and civility fascism, right? The neo-fascism you can call out, but the civility fascism, well, we can't say anything about that because Trump might win. But once again, last time I checked, there was a Democratic president during Standing Rock, during Ferguson, during Baltimore, during Flint. And they're offering you the choice between civility fascism and neo-fascism. Well, I choose the people instead. Imagine Martin Luther King and Malcolm X approaching any of those great leaders from the civil rights movement and say, well, are you going to vote for the racists or the segregationists? Imagine asking them that and then shaming them for saying, I vote to fight both of them tooth and nail for the people. I vote for an anti-imperialist platform. I vote for a platform that treats healthcare as a right. I vote for a platform that takes climate change seriously. I vote for a platform that does preventative maintenance when it comes to healthcare rather than reacting to a pandemic after the fact. I vote for a platform that will ensure wages are fair, that labor is represented, that will not take corporate PAC money or super PAC money, because you can only have one master in politics. It's the people or the money. And the great leaders of our time, as history has told us, will choose the issues every single time, rather than playing to the party, either of the parties of the duopolies. And guess what? That's how we got civil rights. If you all can't remember, Martin Luther King was going to go after anybody who sat foot in that Oval Office. And everybody, including a bleeding heart racist like Lyndon B. Johnson, was pushed by nothing more than people organizing behind the issues that matter most to them. And so I want to thank Nick Branya. I want to thank all the other members who organized this brilliant convention. And I want to thank everybody else who has taken a stand against, this isn't voting for the lesser of two evils. It's just basically choosing to vote for evil. And we have to say no more will we vote for evil. Instead, we will fight for the issues.
Amen, Nico. We need an exit strategy to this lesser of two evils spiral where our choices get worse and worse and worse every 4 years. Next up, we have two speakers who are here joining us as activists and experts on basic income, one of the policies that is most desperately needed, supported by Bernie Sanders, the few progressive members in Congress. The first is a recently former board member and leader in the Humanity First movement, which we were very happy to collaborate with on the Rally for a People's Stimulus, when we as the Movement for a People's Party went to the homes of more than 50 members of Congress and senators across the country and demanded that they support a people's stimulus, including a basic income, including defunding the police, including Medicare for all, abolishing, suspending student debt payments, credit card payments, and rent and mortgage payments during this crisis. We were very glad to participate with them and other members of the Yang Gang in that campaign and in that effort to get Congress to support a people's stimulus. Unfortunately, we know how that turned out. Congress went on vacation while telling the rest of us to get back to work. It's a pleasure to introduce you now to Massey Branscombe with the Humanity First movement.
Thanks, Nick. I just wanted to say it's a honor here, and it's really exciting to have been working with the People's Party. Been really proud of the courage, not just by the speaking today, but everything I've seen and been working with y'all. So without further ado, I want to say hi, I'm Massey, and I'd like to talk about what does it mean to be good. Not to be perfect, not what is bad or evil. What does it mean to be a good American, a good human? Can you be homeless, begging for change and scraps of food and still be good? Of course. I've seen a woman give her half-eaten sandwich to a man doing worse than she was, and that's pretty dang good in my book. Can you be a good person and a minimum wage fast food worker? Obviously. What about a mother who finally opens that restaurant her family has been pushing her to because the world needs to know what great bolognese tastes like? That is doing good. What if one of these metaphors wasn't about food? I must have been very hungry when writing this, but here we are. Anyway, can you be good if you turn that restaurant into a multi-million-dollar chain, providing decent jobs with benefits for thousands of people? I think so. Now imagine how much easier, how much faster each of those people would have been able to help others and do good had they had a foundation, a small but steady source of income so they could get on their feet, get a part-time job, maybe in a restaurant, learning how they work, and then the rest of the time help focusing on their craft, whatever it is. So in her case, she can open that restaurant and serve that bolognese, creating hundreds or thousands of more opportunities for others to do the same and potentially feed millions more. with great food and memories. It doesn't have to be food, but it's about service to the local community and to the American community. If money is supposed to represent how much we've contributed to society, and if we can see that our ability to make an impact and do good grows exponentially with our resources, we owe it to each other to make sure we all have that ability to grow. However, we've come to a point in society where cash in the bank does not equal the lives you've served, the good you've done. Capitalism has been gamified and commodified from a system meant to deter top-down power concentration to one that all but enforces it. So this brings me to the question: can you be a billionaire and still be good? Not sure the ideal world had billionaires, but today, can someone give $1 billion to improving people's lives as we ask the American government to do with trillions? I have to say yes, because if 100 million people are determined to do good and society is broken and gamified to the rules of Nintendo Capitalism 64, a few of you are going to win that game. But to earn the title of that level isn't easy. If you're going to exploit the rules of a broken game to be a truly good player, you must fix the rules, and that is what we ask of you, so that no one has to play with a broken controller ever again, so that everyone has the basic resources they need not to compete fairly, because it's not about competing, but about doing as much good as possible with the skills you have. But who are the billionaires that are going to step up, that are actually going to give back and fix the system that has consumed so much and consolidated so much power? Bill Gates, not bad, he saved millions of lives in Africa. Jack Dorsey, the CEO of Twitter, donated $1 billion, nearly a third of his wealth, for COVID relief, girls' health and education, and trials of universal basic income, literally direct cash payments to people most affected by the pandemic. So someone who is able to build a career off taking money from billion-dollar investors, and as well as billion-dollar corporations like the ones that pay to advertise on Twitter, is literally giving it back to people who need it most. To me, that is good. We as a people must focus on who and what we are fighting for and fighting against. We are fighting against corruption, against greed, against an oligarchic society. We are fighting for good, a common morality to help others so they can help many more. The freedom to serve others how you feel you are best capable isn't what universal basic income means. But to me, that's what it means to be an American. Not the decadence of neoliberalism, nor the lesser of two evils. America is great not because we've always been good, but because we've always striven to be better. Thank you, take care, and be good.
Thank you, Massey. And honored to have you and be working with you again after the Rally for a People's Stimulus. Next up, we have a speaker who is going to be with us live, but was caught in the hurricane in New Orleans. He is the editor of Basic Income Today. He's one of the leading thinkers on the merits of a basic income. He's written for many publications, including the Huffington Post, Politico, the Boston Globe, appeared on countless TV news shows and podcasts, was once described to me by someone else in the basic income movement as a third of the movement. I think that has certainly changed in the past year. Please welcome Scott Santens.
A Category 4 hurricane just swept through my state of Louisiana during a once-in-a-century pandemic. Extraordinary weather events are normal. 180,000 dead Americans and 1,000 more dying every day from coronavirus is normal. 1 million Americans newly applying for unemployment benefits every week is normal. Being killed by police as a black man is normal. Congressional gridlock is normal. The president eroding faith in our institutions is normal. What's become normal is not okay. None of this is okay. What we're doing in America isn't working. America is not working. It's time to draw a line. This far and no further. This line we shall not pass. The only way to really change direction is with truly systemic structural reforms. We have to look with new eyes at ancient festering problems. We can't just vote for different leaders. We have to change how we vote, and voting has to exist upon a foundation of fundamental human rights. We all have a right to life. That is a fundamental human right, but we've never truly recognized it. No one really has the right to life so long as someone else can withhold what's needed to live. Within a monetary system of private property, money is oxygen, so we all have an unconditional right to enough money to live. That is why I believe the most important structural change of all is an unconditional basic income floor, where every American would start every month above the poverty line and never fall below it. UBI is not solely an income boost equivalent to a simple raise, however. It's a structural change that removes barriers to other structural changes. It's a foundational floor for everything else we need to do. It's the power to say no. It's the security to breathe freely. It's fuel for essential activism. UBI is still about money too, but too many people don't think through what that means. What does money buy? It buys time. It buys freedom from abuse. It buys access to the courts. It pays for disaster evacuations. It pays for grassroots campaigns. It affords volunteering. It supports entire communities. We need more than UBI. An unconditional right to life is not the ultimate goal of a just society. It is the prerequisite to a just society. UBI is the construction of a firm, anti-racist foundation of equity to support our humanity and free our imaginations and our potentials to achieve all that otherwise remains unachievable. Upon that foundation, we also need healthcare as a right. No one should ever be dependent on their jobs for life-sustaining income or life-saving medical care. The right to breathe is not an employee benefit. It is inalienable. We need Medicare for all, and we need basic income for all. No conditions, no means testing, no but what abouts. Survival, guaranteed for life, so that life can be about everything beyond survival instead of an endless pursuit of survival. But to accomplish and preserve these pillars of a just society, we also need a functioning government. We need to save, restore, and expand our democracy. We never should have allowed a two-party system. Duopoly is not democracy. To change this structure requires mass local activism. Every state is in charge of how they vote. Maine was the first to break free by adopting ranked choice voting. Alaska and Massachusetts may be next. Every state must follow in order to end the spoiler effect and move from plurality to majority voting. Gerrymandering must end too. Politicians must be prohibited from choosing their voters. At the very least, we need third-party fair redistricting, but even better, multi-member districts utilizing proportional representation. We also need publicly financed elections where every American is allotted an amount of funding to donate to political campaigns so that lobbyists are overpowered by the power of the people. We need so much more, but I consider these the most important that will make everything else possible, no matter how impossible it all feels right now. 2020 has been a year none of us will ever forget, but it also changed the world, and a changed world means an opportunity to remake it into something new, something that actually works for all of us, something that puts our humanity first. A better world is possible, but it's up to us to make it happen. It's up to us to build it. It's up to us to draw that line together and choose to recognize our mutual human rights through the further democratization of power and the decoupling of both survival income and healthcare from employment. To hell with the two-party system. To hell with poverty and the daily fear of it. And to hell with non-universal healthcare. 2020 and no further. Normal is no longer acceptable.
Thank you, Scott. Very glad that you could participate despite getting caught in the hurricane. For everyone who's watching, I want to say you can join us at peoplesparty.org and peoplesconvention.org. This is just the beginning here. Our next speaker is a very special guest. He's an American political commentator. He is a politician, author, actor, retired professional wrestler. former mayor of Brooklyn Park in Minnesota, and the former governor of Minnesota, and host of The World According to Jesse, Jesse Ventura. Jesse Ventura, who said in accepting the invitation to speak at the People's Convention that to participate in building a major new party in America free of corporate money and influence would be an honor equal to running for the presidency, as he considered earlier this year. Everyone, welcome Jesse Ventura.
Hello, everyone. I'm former Minnesota Governor Jesse Ventura, the 38th governor of the great state of Minnesota. And the first thing that I want to get clear is this is not a campaign talk. I am not running for any public office at this time. But I do want to make a political statement in the light of what we live under today and a brief history. First of all, I'm 69 years old now. I'm a graduate of Minneapolis Roosevelt High School, and if you recall the recent events with Mr. Floyd and his death in Minneapolis, that happened right in my neighborhood, South Minneapolis, between Roosevelt and South High School where I grew up. I'm very familiar with it. And so that's a little bit of history of me. I joined the Navy right out of high school. I'm a Vietnam veteran. I came home. The first thing I did, I was rebellious, and I walked with the Stop the Draft movement. I wanted the draft ended because the draft was a horrible thing that was totally discriminating, and the rich kids get out like Donald Trump, and the poor kids have to go. And so, and most of the poor kids were kids of color would have to go to the war. And so I marched against the draft. We were successful in eliminating it. I've also marched for the Equal Rights Amendment for women and been involved lately. And I marched multiple times to change the name of the Washington football team. So I've always been a bit of a radical in a way, rebel, whatever you want to call me. Dennis Kucinich, the great congressman from Ohio, after dinner one night, called me the greatest free spirit he had ever met. And that was one of the greatest compliments I could ever get from someone like Dennis, too, especially. But my history is I've always been third party. I mean, I voted for John Anderson way back in the Ronald Reagan era. I have voted third party politics constantly because I've seen the destruction, and I understand. John Adams, one of our forefathers of the country, warned us, I believe it was Adams, when he said when political parties take over the government, when they become so powerful, that will be the end of the United States as we know it. Well, people, don't you think we're kind of there right now? The two political parties have really taken over. And I like to refer them as really the one political party. They're the corporate party. Because when I was governor, I brought the third party people together to try to get them under one roof. And unfortunately, it was like herding cats. But I did find out what we had in common. And here's what we had in common. We didn't take the dirty money. That's what all the third parties pretty much have in common. We're not dirty with the PAC money and the dirty corporate money. The other two parties are. And always remember this. The two major parties today, they put their party before the country. You see that constantly. Protect the political party, the party's power. They aren't necessarily doing what's best for the people of America. That's number one on their priority. Number two, the donors, the money people, the people that keep them in power, the people that pave the way. They're the ones that get the tax cuts. They're the ones that get the money bailouts when our economy tanks. So naturally, they're the second ones fixed or taken care of. Then finally with them, it's their own personal view, whatever they may feel personally about an issue. And we, the people, might be fourth. But something else could sneak in there. We very well could be fifth for all that I don't know everything. But there's a division in this country today, and it's the biggest it's ever been. You know, I heard it described the other day. It's like going back to the 60s. And yes, it is in a way. And I lived through the 60s. I lived through Dr. Martin Luther King. I was a teenager back then. I was a young 13-year-old when President John F. Kennedy was assassinated. And I don't buy for 1 minute Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone, if he acted at all. But that aside, that's another story. But I lived through all that tension. I lived through the death of Robert Kennedy and his murder along with Dr. King, and I thought we were finished with it. But we're not. And that's the thing that bothers me the most today, is the fact that they're forcing me to relive history again. They're forcing me to relive times that I remember in my life today, and I'll state this: I think it's worse today, believe it or not, than it was in the 60s. I think to get to where we're at today, you have to go back another 100 years. You got to go back to the Civil War, because what's happening in our country today is a division in our country. We're being divided up, just like the Confederacy and just like the Union soldiers. And if that happens, it will be a disaster, a complete disaster. Now, why do we need to elect a third-party president? Here is why. No matter if you elect Trump or Biden, the polarization is going to continue, and it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. The only way out is to give them a common enemy, and that's what the third party does. They fear the third party more than anything else. And guess who knows that from experience? You're looking at him. I got elected governor of Minnesota. I had a Democratic-controlled Senate and a Republican-controlled House, much the same as you see nationally today. Now, for the first 3 years, whoever I sided with generally prevailed. But then we got to year 3. I submitted my budget, which I'm required to do. The Democrats and Republicans got in bed together. They discarded my budget. They came back with one of their own. I vetoed it twice. They overrode my veto twice. Subsequently, using the people of Minnesota for political pawns, their budget didn't work. I had left office, and guess what? Minnesota had a $5 billion deficit because they put their party politics and party power before the good people of Minnesota. The pecking order was them first, the Minnesota people second. And there's a great example of it. Now, nationally, that's what you need to have happen. You must give them a common enemy. Somebody, those two parties, they fear the third party movement more than anything else. And they eventually will jump in bed together and they'll be singing Kumbaya by the fireside. And you'll think, how did this happen? Well, it happened because a third entity entered the game. And that's what we need to have happen in America. A third or even a fourth entity should be entering the game now. We're too diverse. I'm fiscally conservative, but I'm socially liberal. Who do I fit in with? I believe in less government. There's a lot of places I think government could be reduced. But I also believe in social issues. I don't think it's the government's business what your sexual preference is. I don't think it's their business. End the war on drugs. It's been a disaster. And, you know, there's all sorts of things like that that can happen if we break the cycle of the Democrats and Republicans. But that's what you have to do. You have to break the cycle. And doing that is difficult and will be difficult. It may be a 10 or 20-year process. Remember, they've been in charge this long and they're going to protect their turf. Now, I just want to tell everyone, thank you very much for hearing me today. I appreciate it very much. I keep trying to get out of politics, but it's kind of like pulling the plug in the bathtub. It keeps wanting to suck you down the drain. But anyway, I still love my country. I believe in my country, and I believe that we can be a better nation and will be a better nation when we're given more than just two choices. Always remember what the late, great Jerry Garcia of the Grateful Dead said. If you're made to pick the lesser of two evils, it means you're still picking evil. Thank you.
Jesse Ventura, everyone. That marks the end of the first half of our program. When we return, we're now going to go on a 10-minute intermission. When we return, we are going to have Chase Iron Eyes, Jimmy Dore, Medea Benjamin, Annalise Vincion, Tim Black, Ryan Knight, myself, Marianne Williamson, Dr. Cornel West, and Senator Nina Turner. And so be sure to come back in 10 minutes, enjoy the music, and also get ready to cast your vote on the People's Party app. You can find it on peoplesconvention.org. See you in a sec.
Doing the same thing, expecting differences is what it means to be insane. Having to choose between war and war is not what it means to play the game. Why does it put your mind at ease to ignore this big disease? Why do you like to sit and pretend when you always know the end? Go tell the BBC, go tell the CIA, it's time for revolution. Go tell the DSA, GP and SA, it's time for revolution. Throwing you a single crumb is not what it means to compromise. Some call it strength and rhetoric, but I just call it telling lies. 'Cause when you reach a point of crisis, the status quo, it needs to change. And if you can't understand that truth, well, it's time to get out of the way. Go tell the BBC, go tell the CIA, it's time for revolution. Go tell the NSA, stop listening to what we say. It's time for revolution. A wise man said that love's the answer, and this fool knows that to be true. 'Cause I'm not ready to give up yet, long as there's still a me and you. So I'll tell the BBC, I'll tell the CIA, it's time for revolution. I'll tell the DSA, GP and SA, it's time for revolution. build a new society, one where everyone is free to work towards all our dreams. We can do it as a team. Here we are. Here we are. We have the power. Here we are. This is the hour. We will go to any length, help each other and build our strength, and together we'll pull through. We are many and they are few, and here we are. Here we are. We have the power. Here we are. This is the hour. It is time now to begin. Let's join hands and we will win. All our principles aligned, all our hearts and minds combined. Here we are. Here we are. We have the power. Here we are. This is the hour. Here we are. We have the power. Here we are. This is the hour.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second part of our program. This has been a fantastic evening, #2 trending on Twitter. That means we are the second most talked about thing in the country right now, the People's Convention. And you know what people are saying? It's a convention that actually talks about policy. What do you know? It doesn't just trot out people, working people, as props. It actually supports them. That's what we stand for, is the Movement for a People's Party, a party free of corporate money and influence. And now, I'm happy to say, too, that we are opening the vote. We are opening the vote for a major new party, and that is going to be on the People's Party app. You can get it on the convention website, peoplesconvention.org. Download it for free, Apple and Android, and cast your vote. The vote is now open. The vote is, do we commit to forming a major new political party free of corporate money and influence in 2021? And I am excited to announce those results after Dr. West, Marianne Williamson, and Senator Turner speak at the end. We have next our speakers in this section: Jimmy Dore, Medea Benjamin, Jerry Perez, Chase Iron Eyes, Tim Black, Ryan Knight, Marianne Williamson, and then Dr. Cornel West and Senator Nina Turner. First up is Chase Iron Eyes. Chase Iron Eyes is an American indigenous activist, an attorney, politician, member of the Oglala Sioux tribe. He is a member of the Lakota People's Law Project and a co-founder of the indigenous news website, the Last Real Indians. He ran for Congress as well and was a Bernie surrogate. Chase, it is wonderful to have you with us.
Thank you so much. I just want to send greetings to everybody. Kola, Iuha, Ichichiab. I call every single one of you a friend of mine, and to the scores of thousands of people who are listening right now, people who we try to reach with our message, with our hearts, not only in 2016 when I ran for the United States Congress, but right now, after we saw what happened with Bernie the last time and this time, we're all sharing this same sense of existential dread. It's this negative source clawing at us from within, trying to instill its fear, doubt, and confusion, and hoping not only to exploit our fear, doubt, and confusion, because those same forces which robbed us of any real representation will continue to oppress not only every working American, but every working family in this world. Not to mention those who are represented in those forces who descend from Christian, European patriarchy, who continue to instill in the world Abrahamic-based conflict and expect us to send our sons and our daughters to go die for their profit. As Governor Ventura was saying, it's never them who have to go die. And I say this as a Native American, as an American Indian, on whom citizenship was imposed, American citizenship was imposed in 1924. We went, fought, and died for this country. This world's greatest experiment, as Brother Cornel West says, we went and fought and died for this country. And so now we're at a point, if you remember at Standing Rock, the no DAPL struggle, this is when I ran for the United States Congress. Right after I lost to a Trump surrogate in 2016, I joined the front lines at the battle for Standing Rock. And there we were able to witness unarmed water protectors, unarmed protesters who were trying to defend all of our rights to free speech, our rights to peaceably assemble, our rights to be free from illegal searches and seizures. We were trying to defend all of America's constitutional, natural, human, and civil rights, not to mention the treaty rights of the original civilizers of this entire hemisphere. And when that was going down, the world was able to witness corporate-sponsored state violence, brutality that maimed some of our supporters for life, the same brutality that's being executed on the streets of liberal or democratic cities by the current commander-in-chief with his snatch and grab policies, with the murders that are happening in his name, in the name of all those who would like to think they could create a civil war or a race war. But we got news for you. There's not enough racists in this world to make that a war. We will never lose to those who would seek to degenerate and degrade our spiritual dignity as a human family. So for everyone out there who's looking for a new home, looking for a place where we don't care about Citizens United or corporate personhood. We know it's important upon and incumbent upon us to vote, to show up in unprecedented numbers and fashions for this election right now, because we are in the middle of a conflict, an undeclared war of the billionaire class, their surrogates, their mercenaries, their assets, willing and unwitting. It's them versus the people. And we don't have any more time to sit on the sidelines. This is calling for our action right now. And I want to let you know from the Pine Ridge Reservation that we are standing with all of the people in America who we welcomed in love, but those same forces took those natural resources by force. And we want your support here today for our claims to have land back in our hands, because this is a part of prophecy, a land back prophecy. Fool's Crow said, if you would only put land back in indigenous hands, the world could begin to heal. Brothers and sisters, I want to end there. Thank you so much for your support and your continued organizing.
Jace, we've been inspired by the stand that you took at Standing Rock and all of your activism since, and we're honored to be joined by you. Next, we have the host of the Jimmy Dore Show, and he is a stand-up comedian, a leading U.S. media critic, host of several Comedy Central specials, author of the bestseller, Your Country Is Just Not That Into You, and a gracious host also on his channel for the People's Convention today. Please welcome Jimmy Dore.
Well, before we continue, let's acknowledge the previous owners of the sacred land that we're on, Goldman Sachs, of course. You know, in November, Americans are going to decide if they're going to vote for a right-wing, racist, pathological liar or Donald Trump. I don't know if you saw the Democrat convention. Apparently, Joe Biden's health care plan won't cover your cancer treatment, but it does cover facelifts and hair plugs. The Republican convention was a bunch of rich guys telling you how scary socialism is to them. Ratings were down for both conventions. Americans are so ungrateful. Democrats and Republicans worked hard to give us the worst candidates imaginable. The least we could do was watch their freak show conventions. You know, all of us here, they're going to call all of us crazy just because we want a better future. They tell themselves that we are crazy because they are in denial about how crazy things have actually gotten. The system has failed. The system has collapsed. We're in an economic crisis. We're in a climate crisis. We're in a healthcare crisis. The current failed system has a noose around all of our necks. And we need to save ourselves. In America, we've got one party of oligarchy, one party of inequality. We have one party of war. The Republicans, incoherent, dangerous. Their candidate, a reality TV game show host, able to rise to power because of a failed system that left people desperate. They are not a solution. The Democrats, with their self-righteousness, their repulsive combination of class privilege and moral posturing, pretending to be the party of working people while selling them out to the predators of working people and the middle class. Joe Biden has gone his whole life demonizing the poor, decimating the social safety net, supporting unspeakable foreign policy. He's a tottering relic. And you know that glaze in Joe Biden's eyes? That's not from some spiritual awakening. That's from a persistent yearning for pajamas and Gunsmoke reruns. A man who has cravenly created misery at home and abroad is now propped up as Uncle Joe, an erstwhile George Bailey, when in reality, He's Mr. Potter. And Donna Reed never kept people in prison so the state could use their free labor. Their candidate is the candidate of deregulation, the candidate of mass incarceration, and the candidate of war. They are not a solution. The establishment wants to go back. They want voters to go back to sleep, to trade one nightmare for another nightmare. At a moment when the status quo has so clearly failed us, we have candidates that promise nothing will fundamentally change. We need alternatives. We need alternative media. We need alternative energy. And we need alternative politics. But Jimmy, you'll be going up against the big political parties. Big banks, big oil, big pharma. Let's get away from big. Let's realize that we are only big when we come together and acknowledge our smallness, stand in solidarity with each other. That's when we're big. We are up against Democrats and Republicans. Republicans and Democrats only care about short-term profits and short-term solutions. Democrats and Republicans are going to give us a short-term future. A People's Party is the only solution. The People's Party must transform our political system. It must. The People's Party must rejuvenate our democracy that has already been stolen from us. For workers, we need to do this. For the planet, we need to do this. For all people, we need to do this. What the People's Party is proposing is something completely radical. We are demanding policies that the majority of Americans want. How radical? Things like single-payer healthcare, actually regulating Wall Street, and stop killing Black and brown people here and across the globe. And take that money we used to use to kill Black and brown people in other countries and invest it back here at home in building a green infrastructure, making lives actually better instead of exporting misery. But independents and progressives no longer have to settle for less, except for scheduling meeting times agreeable to most members, which already sounds like a deal breaker. We must work to become a majority party. And until we get there, we must be large enough that any party that wants to win must form a coalition with us. Coalition, by which they concede to our demands and not the other way around. A compromise is not a compromise if it's you who's making all the concessions. They are going to concede to the majority of Americans and the policies we want, or they are going to lose. Out of control inequality, poverty, corruption. We say no more, no more, no more. We wish to abolish the billionaire, not just to free ourselves, but to save the billionaire's soul as well. Every day we're told we are prisoners of a two-party system. We are not. We do not have to comfort our jailers, and we can free ourselves from this prison. All this time in our own hands. We've had the key of democracy to get us out. And when we free ourselves, we free our fellow citizens. We need to have the courage to fight for the world we want, no matter what we're up against or how long it takes. We think we're on the precipice of a dark abyss. We are not. When we bring on the sunrise, we will see we are on the cusp of a beautiful new world. This movement must win. Millions of working people are counting on us. The future of the nation is counting on us. The future of the human species is counting on us. People's Party.
Jimmy Dore, everyone. Well said. And I want to thank Jimmy for being such a longtime supporter as well. Without his support, I do not believe that the Movement for a People's Party would be as far as it has gotten today. Thank you, Jimmy. And everyone who is a part of the Jimmy Dore Show. Next is Medea Benjamin, the co-founder of the women-led group Code Pink and the co-founder of the human rights group Global Exchange. She's been an advocate for social justice for more than 40 years. She's been on the forefront of the anti-drone movement. She is a former economist and nutritionist with the United Nations and the World Health Organization. Medea Benjamin.
Thank you so much, Nick, and thank you for inviting me to this historic gathering where I've been so inspired by every single speaker. It's also so wonderful to be among a group of people who understand why we need an alternative to the war parties, to the parties that kill and maim and displace millions of people around the world with no accountability, no remorse, and no lessons learned. I mean, look at the Democrats having Joe Biden, who supported the Iraq war, as their candidate. These parties both have policies that are based on the same kind of racism, the same kind of brutality that we see unleashed against Black and brown people here at home. And so we desperately need for ourselves and for those who are victims of our bombs, our drone attacks, our brutal economic sanctions around the world, we need a party that's not in the clutches of the military industrial complex, of the military contractors, a party that can push our foreign policy in a radically new direction. What are some of those things that we do? Well, we would give our total support to the UN Secretary General, who insists that during the midst of a global pandemic, we must have a global ceasefire. As he said, the fury of the pandemic illustrates the folly of war. We would also push our country to support the global grassroots movement from the bottom up to create a UN ban on nuclear weapons. This movement was so inspiring that it won the Nobel Peace Prize, and it's been supported by 44 countries. It needs 50 countries to go into effect. Our country should be one of them. We would also save $1.3 trillion that both parties have allocated to, quote, modernize our nuclear weapons. We do not need more modern nuclear weapons. We need an end to nuclear weapons. Many of the other speakers have brought up the issue of the Pentagon budget. This is something that we need a party that will get seriously to work at taking on this grotesque, distorted budget, more than the next 10 countries combined, a budget that robs us of the pot of gold that we need for healthcare, free college education, Green New Deal, and on and on. We couldn't even recently get a majority in either party to vote for just a 10% cut. But there are a few brave congresspeople like Congresswoman Barbara Lee, organizations like the Poor People Campaign, my group Code Pink, that have called for a cut in the Pentagon budget by half. And this is where we need to go to save us billions, but also make us safer here at home. We need a party that would stop the Democrats and Republicans from trying to take us into new wars. Now, with two major powers, two nuclear powers, and I'm talking about Russia and China. Both parties are vying during their campaigns to see which one can be tougher on Russia and on China. This is extremely dangerous, and we have to shout out loud and clear, China and Russia are not our enemies. We refuse to be taken down that path. You know, it's interesting because on one level, both parties understand that war is not popular with the American people. And that's why they've been mouthing the platitudes that they will get out of these Middle East wars. But both of the parties have kept us mired in these wars for over 20 years. We need a party that won't talk about bringing our troops home, but will do it. We need a party that says, hell no, we won't continue to give $3.8 billion of our tax dollars to the apartheid state of Israel and will instead support Palestinian rights. We need a party that says, hell no, we won't keep selling weapons to grotesque human rights abusers like Saudi Arabia and the UAE, and we won't support the horrific war in Yemen. We need a party that says, hell yes, we'll re-enter the Iran nuclear deal and work with all the countries in the region to find an end to the violence that has destroyed so many lives. And here, closer to home, we need a party that understands the devastating effects that US policies have had in Latin America and the Caribbean, including policies that have forced people to flee their homes to seek asylum here. We need a party that will bury once and for all the Monroe Doctrine based on interference and regime change, like this administration has been trying to do with Venezuela, and will instead initiate a new good neighbor policy grounded in the principle of non-intervention. I want to end by bringing forward the example of a tiny Caribbean nation, Cuba, a country with a fraction of the financial resources the US has, thanks in large part to the 60-year-old embargo, but a country that has showed the world what international solidarity looks like. Instead of sending troops and bombs overseas, it sends doctors and nurses to save people from earthquakes, hurricanes, and yes, pandemics. Today, Cuban medical missions, which the US government has been trying to sabotage, are fighting coronavirus in over 30 countries, which is why there's an international campaign to nominate these Cuban doctors and nurses for the Nobel Peace Prize. You can find out more about that campaign by going to cubanobel.org. So I look forward to working with you all to build a new party that understands and promotes international solidarity and is determined to live in peace and cooperation with our brothers and sisters around the world. Let's build it.
Thank you, Medea, and thank you for your decades of service to the anti-imperialist and anti-war movement. It is an honor to have you with us. Next, we have a speaker very fittingly who fought in those wars that Medea describes. We have Jerry Perez. He is field director with Our Revolution Los Angeles, the West Coast regional coordinator with the Movement for a People's Party. He served 6 years as a U.S. combat Marine in the Marine Corps with deployments to Iraq. And he's also a former field director with Justice Democrats. And we're very happy to have Our Revolution Los Angeles affiliated with the Movement for a People's Party, as other Our Revolution chapters have done. And we're very happy as well that Jerry is coordinating Veterans for a People's Party. Jerry, it's great to have you.
Thank you, Nick. Hello, my people. I am Jerry Perez. I am the field director of Our Revolution Los Angeles and the regional West Coast coordinator for Movement for a People's Party. I am a sergeant of Marines. I am also a Marine that suffers from PTSD, and I deal with this every day. I have been homeless on the streets of LA, and I have been fortunate enough to overcome a little bit of this and get myself back on my feet. And I'm currently serving my nation right now in training these folks to effectively organize all throughout LA County and now 7 other states within my area. I want to talk to you right now about what I have seen on my travels as a truck driver across 48 states here. Something that I have been seeing over and over again since my beginning when I left the Marine Corps back in 2011. I've been seeing a growing trend of fear, uncertainty. I've been seeing my people fighting against each other, targeting each other, belittling each other, not building up each other, scapegoating on one another to protect the interests of corporates and individuals that are taking advantage of them every single day. And I've been seeing my people being divided and constantly attacking one another. And this is not something I sacrificed my youth to make happen. I went to Iraq. I gave up some of the best years of my life to ensure that my people didn't have to suffer through tyranny. And I come back here and I see there is tyranny going on right now. What I see right now is that my people do not have representation. I see right now that the leadership of this nation does not give a damn about my people across the entirety of this nation. The only thing they care about is maintaining their power and ensuring that they stay on top and keep their money. That is their one and only priority. And so myself and other like-minded veterans that have seen this same problem, we have banded together and we have stated that we are not going to tolerate this situation. And so right now I'm going to deliver unto you a message from Veterans for a People's Party. We solemnly swear that we will do everything within our ability to ensure that this party is formed and has the infrastructure necessary to openly go out throughout this nation and ensure that the American people have the representation that it needs to meet prosperity. We will ensure that our organizers and our volunteers and our members have the confidence, the knowledge, and the expertise to effectively reach out into their community, talk with their community, and ask them, how may we serve you? How may we make your life better? And we will restore community to this nation. No longer will we have our elders locked inside their homes, fearing of some unknown enemy that they feel is going to come in and steal their property. No more will I see my youth in the streets demanding for equality, demanding that they be heard, demanding that they stop being killed by our own police. No longer will I have my police force openly killing Black people with no consequence. No longer will I have leadership here that does nothing while I have tyranny and injustice amok all throughout this nation. And so we say unto you that us as veterans, we will ensure that our people are taken care of and ensure that we give them the mentorship, the leadership, and our all, just like we did while we were in the service, to ensure that all of you are taken care of. We will lay down our lives. I will lay down my life if needed for this fight. We will have the change that is needed to ensure that our children, my little brothers and sisters, my cousins, everyone, that they have the future that they deserve and that they have freaking earned. So I want to just reach out to all of you right now for my closing and let you know we see you. We know you're suffering. We know that you're going through hell right now. And we want you to know that we're going to do everything within our ability to ensure that you have your future. So come, stand with us. Let me know that you want this future. And I promise you, I will give you everything you need to succeed. Thank you all very much. I want you all to know we're here with you now and always.
Thank you, Jerry. That is a story that in speaking before the convention, Jerry had never told fully. And Jerry, I just want to say how much I appreciate how open you were with everybody about what you experienced after the war and the life that you've led. That is what we want to spare millions of people from having to experience. And it is just a shame how this country treats its veterans. Next, I want to introduce Annalise Vincent. She's a vice chair of Our Revolution Los Angeles. She's a candidate for Palmdale City Council. I'm a former special projects director for Cenk Uygur's congressional campaign and a proud Cuban American in California. Annalise, welcome.
Hi, Nick. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Bienvenidos a todos. My name is Annalise Vincent. I am the vice chair for Our Revolution Los Angeles, a candidate for Palmdale City Council, and a proud member of Movement for a People's Party. The first thing I want to say is, can everybody feel the energy here, or is it just me? I got to tell you guys, I cannot believe the energy right now. So thank you to everybody who's here. Look, today we're all here for the same reason. We're fighting for a better world, and we demand change. For far too long, Americans have been told that we cannot afford basic necessities such as healthcare and education. Meanwhile, our criminal and corrupt government has stolen our hard-earned tax dollars to enrich themselves and the corporate elite billionaires that run our country. Today, we take our country back. We will be founding a major new party to take on the corruption of the Democratic and Republican establishments. And we will be creating a party that actually represents working class and middle class Americans, not just corporate interests and billionaires. As a Cuban immigrant, I have always felt a special responsibility towards protecting our democracy. When I was 7 years old, my mother and I fled the Castro regime, and we came to the US on a visa. We struggled, and there were times that I could not see the light at the end of the tunnel, and yet we're still here today standing strong. As Latinos, we've been shamed into silence. We're so grateful to be here that we don't speak up. And we are always scared of the persecution that we see both in our brown and Black communities. Today, our silence ends. You see, we are all Americans, and it is our responsibility to fight for our country, to tear down the corrupt system that has oppressed us for so long, and to build a future of equality that we can actually be proud of. The Democratic and Republican parties have been taken over by corruption, greed, and big money corporate interests. They have taken Americans hostage and have used fear to win our votes while squashing dissent. The corrupt criminals that are currently in office have sought to take everything from us. They've sought to take our dignity, our ability to put food on the table, the safety of knowing we have a roof over our heads, the chance to get an education without going into debt. Hell, we can't even get sick. And yet I smile because you see, we have nothing to lose. These thieves, these criminals, on the other hand, they have everything to lose. And when you're down, there's nowhere to go but up. This is our moment. Para mi gente latina, el momento ha llegado. Vamos a ser escuchados, vamos a subir la cabeza con orgullo y juntos vamos a crear un mejor futuro. Unidos todo es posible. Sí se puede. The future is ours. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you, Annalise. Next up, we have the host of the Tim Black Show and also a supporter of MPP, previously of that of Draft Bernie, someone I've been very happy to work with over these last 3 years, Tim Black.
All right. Let me hit my timer. Hey, first of all, my name is Tim Black of the Tim Black Show. And I'd like to first thank you for allowing me to participate in this, fantastic event with great people, some people I know, most people I know, all people who are speaking truth to power right now. So that's amazing. Got something I wrote down a couple of things. I was driving back from North Carolina, as I told Nick. Got here just in time to do this. Fuck Donald Trump. Yeah, so I want to start off with that. One more second. Memory's getting bad. I'm getting old, man. Fuck Joe Biden. That's about right. All right, so Curl, big time supporter of Nick Brana. I think she's like the VP of all things good in the People's Movement for People's Party. She sent me an email. She said, hey, we'd love for you to join us, Tim, if you'd like to talk about some things about, why we need a new party. So I thought that'd be a good way to kind of do this. Why do we need a new party? We need a new party because both parties suck, Johnson. Yeah, both parties suck. Both Republican Party and Democratic Party have failed Black people since there's been Black people. In fact, we weren't even Black people until we were brought to America. So the existence of Black people, the entire existence of Black people, both parties have failed us tremendously. So that'd be one good reason to start a new party. Why do we start a new party? We start a new party because the Democratic Party pretends to like us, pretends that we're good for their votes, or we're good. We're the people that they want to support, that they have our backs. Meanwhile, they don't pass any policies that actually help our communities. They support policies that take resources out of our communities. And all it is lip service. Why do we need a new party? Because the Republican Party is even worse than that when it comes to black folks. See, I got into this political commentary thing because I believe that black people needed to get something for their vote. Very simple. LGBTQIA gets something for their vote. Working class white folks should get something for their vote. They're too wrapped up in nationalism and patriotism, but they want something for their vote. My Latino brothers and sisters, Hispanic brothers and sisters, they want something for their vote. Damn it, black folks need something for their vote besides Jim Clyburn telling them, I know Joe Biden. You know what? Fuck Joe Biden and fuck who you know. What I know is that a young man by the name of Jacob Blake was shot 7 times in the back, and he won't go to jail. The shooter won't go to jail because he's a cop. We need a new party because this has been going on far too long. We need a new party because the shooting and killing of black folks, like Tamir Rice, who had his brains blown out. Hello, somebody. Shout out to Nina Turner in Ohio. That cop is probably now a cop again because that's how shitty the Democratic Party is and the Republican Party is. We need a new party because Breonna Taylor, we can't even get a trial, Johnson. She was shot in her own fucking bed and we can't get a trial. We need a new party because we're not imbeciles. We're not morons. See, they think we're stupid. They think we're stupid. They think we're afraid. What will we do without Joe Biden? What will we do? We need Joe Biden. Yeah, you need Joe Biden like you need a hole in the head, which is exactly what happened to a demonstrator in Kenosha, Wisconsin, when, what's his name, this freaking Kyle Rittenhouse that's producing, see, Kyle Rittenhouse is the shooter, the 17-year-old kid who shot 3 protesters, killing 2. This is going to continue to happen as more and more people lose their fucking minds. We got a pandemic. We have earthquakes. We have floods. And we have Joe Biden and we have Donald Trump. And these are all natural disasters or unnatural disasters. So we need a new party because we know to get anything done that helps us, it's going to be like getting 10 pounds of shit in a 5-gallon bucket, 5-pound bucket, something like that. I've been traveling. I'm sorry. That's the reason why we need a new party, because we realize that the corporations own this one. This one's been bought and sold. The Democratic Party's been bought and sold. And after what they did to my man Bernie Sanders 2 times, hey, look, I'm a loyal person, but I can't sit around for time number 3. I don't know what you're going to do, but I know what I did in 2016. I took my ass down and voted for Dr. Jill Stein. I will take my ass out and vote green again. That's what I would do. And I will help Nick, and I will help Curl, and help anyone else who wants to help me dismantle this corrupt bullshit that we're living under currently. We need a new party because it's time working people, black people, Hispanic people, all people get a fair shot. We've never gotten a fair shot. It's time we get a fair shot. It's worth dying for. As my friend, Mr. Perez just stated, Joey Perez just stated, veteran. This is a country that doesn't care about its vets. If it don't care about its vets, you damn sure know it don't care about you, Johnson. This is a country that we let veterans freeze to death on the sidewalk. We pick their dogs up and take them to shelter. That's America. Fuck what you heard. In closing, I'd like to say, we need a new party because we have children. We care about them. We have grandchildren. We have aging parents. We have neighbors. We have people all over the globe who are suffering under the regime change wars. We need a new party because we know the parties that we have in place now are not going to fix that. We will all die on this planet, become obsolete if it's left up to them. They're polishing the brass on a sinking ship. Don't do it. Don't be a part of it. Stand against it. As Dr. Cornel West says, it's all about what you do before the worms get you. I'm Tim Black. Follow me at Real Tim Black. I love you. Stand with me, Johnson.
Tim Black, everyone. Damn. That was great. Tim, you put it so well. Next up, we have the activist, Medicare for All advocate, host of the podcast Amped Up with Ryan Knight. It is Ryan Knight who has endorsed more than 35 down-ballot progressives in 2020 and is a leading national voice for the progressive movement and has been a tremendous organizer as well, along with so many other people, for the People's Convention. Ryan, it's all you.
Am I on? We find ourselves in a moment of great struggle. We are seeing the climate crisis ravage our cities and towns. We are seeing a pandemic that has resulted in over 180,000 American deaths. We are seeing unarmed Black people being murdered by the police. We are seeing an immoral and rigged economy where billionaires like Jeff Bezos make $13 billion in a single day while working people struggle to build any real wealth. And rather than meet this moment of great struggle with bold policy solutions to move our nation forward, both corporate parties in Washington are doing what they do best, putting their corporate donors over the basic needs of the American people. And we need to be very clear about this, because one of the corporate parties likes to sedate us with platitudes of hope and change. But make no mistake, they are bought and paid for by the very same corporations and oligarchs as the other corporate party in Washington. And progressive giant Henry Wallace warned us about this all the way back in 1948. That is how long this fight has been going on, when he said, and I quote, "Both parties are the champions of big business. The Republican Party admits it. The Democratic Party attempts to conceal it." And here we are 72 years later, and both corporate parties in Washington are still putting corporate interests over human interests. So it's time for us to fight back and build a party that is of, by, and for the people. Because here's the thing, if we are ever going to have a government that actually works for the people, and if we're ever gonna fight back against all of this injustice and inequality, then you can't have two parties that both represent Wall Street. You can't have two parties that both represent giant corporations. One party has to represent the people. One party has to represent labor. And we don't have that, which is why nothing, and I repeat, nothing ever changes in Washington. So when people say that America is failing because of one corrupt president, they're completely missing the bigger picture here. America is not failing because of one corrupt president. America is failing because our entire system is corrupt. We've had 40 years of failed trickle-down economics for the working class, and 40 years of bailouts, tax breaks, subsidies, and socialism for giant corporations in the ruling class. America is failing for the simple fact that we live in an oligarchy where both parties serve the ruling class. And we won't save this nation by just changing our corrupt president. We have to do so much more than that. We have to actually change our corrupt system and our policies, which are rigged to favor the ruling class. And the numbers tell the story here. The numbers don't lie. Over the past 30 years, the top 1% gained $21 trillion in wealth, while the bottom 50% lost a staggering $900 billion in wealth. And this massive wealth transfer didn't happen because the 1% worked harder than the bottom 50%. It happened because both corporate parties are owned by the 1% and passed laws that favor the ruling class and exploit the working class. It happened because they rigged the system against us. And now it's time for us to unrig it by breaking the duopoly and building a party that serves the needs of the American people. Because the simple truth is this, that we are all losing under the duopoly. Democrats, leftists, independents, and yes, even Republicans all deserve a better nation than this. And if we just step back and think about it in simplistic terms, how are we ever going to solve these systemic problems facing the nation when both parties are bought and paid for by the very corporations who profit off of these systemic problems? For example, how are we going to solve the climate crisis when both parties are in the pockets of the fossil fuel industry? How are we ever going to stop the racial injustice crisis when both parties are in the pockets of the for-profit prison industry? How are we ever going to stop the cost of healthcare crisis and the lack of healthcare crisis when both parties are in the pockets of big pharma and the giant insurance companies? How are we ever going to stop the economic inequality crisis when both parties are in the pockets of the billionaire class? The obvious answer to every single one of those questions is we won't. Nothing, and I repeat, nothing will fundamentally change in this country as long as corporate greed rules Washington. The only way to build a better America is by coming together and building a new major progressive party that is free of corporate money and free of corporate influence. And that is why this is our moment. This is our time. It is our moment to build a party that will unapologetically fight for the poor and the working class. It is our moment to build a party that will unapologetically fight for racial justice and economic justice and environmental justice. It is our moment to build a party that will unapologetically fight to raise the minimum wage to $20 an hour. It is our moment to build a party that will unapologetically fight for Medicare for all to save our people and a Green New Deal to save our planet. It is our moment to build a party that will fight for universal public college, trade, and tech schools so that workers have the tools to compete in this 21st century economy. It is our moment to build a party that will unapologetically fight to cut the Pentagon budget in half and finally end these endless wars. And it is our moment to build a party that will fight to defeat the duopoly in 2024 and free this nation from corporate rule. So I hope my message today is clear. It is time for the people to rise up, take our power back. It is time for the people to ask themselves, what kind of nation do we want to be? Do we want to continue to be a feudal nation, a plutocratic nation where just 2 billionaires now hoard more wealth than half of our country's entire population? Or do we want to be a free nation, a democratic nation where our economy actually values and pays its workers a living wage and where everybody has guaranteed health care? In closing, it is clear that the corporate parties aren't ready to meet this moment of great struggle with the bold progressive policies that we need to move this nation forward, but the People's Party is. We are ready to take on corporate interests and fight for the people's interests. We are ready to take on Wall Street's interests and fight for Main Street's interests. We are ready to take on the billionaire class's interests and fight for the working class's interests because we believe, and I believe, that every single person in this country has worth and dignity, and it's time that we have a party that represents them and represents the people's interests of this nation. So I encourage you, go to peoplesparty.org right now, join our fight to unrig this corrupt system and build a party, a government, and an America that we, the people, deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan, and thanks for your tireless work to put together the People's Convention. You've heard so much about what is wrong from people of all walks of life, what's wrong with this country, the many different problems that are plaguing this country, what seems like crisis over crisis over crisis, a permanent existence and state of crisis in our country, overlapping, mounting. That sense that that is wrong is correct. We shouldn't live this way. We can live differently. Next, you're going to see what we stand for as the Movement for a People's Party. Here is a video put together where you're going to see what exactly we could have.
A 21st century economic bill of rights.
strong unions and workplace democracy. Rebuild and modernize our infrastructure. A fair tax code and thriving small business. Rein in Wall Street and create public banks. Fair trade policies that benefit U.S. workers. Universal basic income and a job guarantee. Abolish money in politics and restore democracy. Free, secure, and transparent elections. Ranked choice voting and proportional representation. Defend civil liberties and end mass surveillance. A wealth tax. Respect human rights, health, and human potential. Medicare for all. Free public college and canceling student debt. A swift pathway to citizenship. Respect disability rights. Protect the environment and defend biodiversity. A Green New Deal. Defend animal rights. Sustainable agriculture. Housing for all. Restorative justice in ending mass incarceration. Legalize marijuana. Racial justice. Equal rights for women. LGBTQIA equality. Honor Indigenous rights and treaties. Create a peaceful global community benefiting from technology. End the wars and invest at home. Expand Social Security. Harness the promise and mitigate the peril of accelerating technology. Taking care of veterans. The People's Party.
Welcome back, everyone. Doesn't that look like a much better future? That's what we could have. And the only thing standing in the way is us deciding to have that. That is truly the biggest obstacle. Our last three speakers will be Marianne Williamson, Dr. Cornel West, and Senator Nina Turner. And before that, I'm going to tell you a little bit about how exactly we can form a new party and why exactly we need to do that. We are in the midst of what seems like we live now in a perpetual state of crisis. We have a health crisis, a pandemic sweeping the world and the country. The rest of the world is quarantining the United States, the richest country in the world. How ridiculous is that? We have about 25% of the cases and about 25% of the deaths with only 4% of the population. And why is that? It's because when members of Congress and the White House and the intelligence agencies found out that the pandemic was a serious threat, as far back as November, the intelligence agencies, White House briefings in January, congressional meetings in January and February. And what did members of Congress do? What did our government do? Did they act to prevent it? No. What they did instead is that members of Congress went and they bet on the stock market, on stocks of things like digital meeting technologies. They invested themselves in the catastrophe. They invested themselves in the pandemic being as horrible as it is. They made money off of it. And not one of them has faced consequences, serious consequences. And then what happened? And then after our government failed to actually prepare for the pandemic, it faced, obviously, a shortage of masks, personal protective equipment, ventilators. And so what did the government do? It lied to us. It had Dr. Fauci and its other spokespeople and both parties lied to us about the effectiveness of masks. While other countries knew and were using masks, the countries that had handled it the best, like South Korea, were using masks. They told us not to wear them. It took them weeks to reverse their advice. Tens of thousands of people are dead because they told us not to wear masks, because they wanted to save them for health professionals. That is a scandal of enormous proportion. It is one of the greatest scandals in our country, certainly one of the greatest health scandals in our country's history, because they weren't prepared, because they went and they bet on the stock market first instead. What happened after that? They passed the CARES Act, a multi-trillion-dollar Wall Street bailout. They just made it up, as Ice Cube recently put it in a video that he filmed, saying, why should we vote Democrat? Or what are they going to give us? What are they going to give us after we vote Trump out? What are we going to get? How are we going to improve our lives? They passed the CARES Act. They took that money, they basically made it out of thin air, and they gave it to all their Wall Street friends. And then they created a small business program that was supposed to spare us from a small business apocalypse, which happened anyway. About 40% of small businesses are expected to go out of business in the United States, the biggest wave of corporate consolidation in our nation's history. And even those small business loans got vacuumed up by big chains. Just like the checks, the stimulus checks, the $1,200 first round of stimulus checks that they sent, that was taken up. That debt collectors were allowed to take that money. And so even the things which were superficially supposed to be bailouts for the people, even the crumbs they threw us, were things that they could vacuum up. How insulting is that? And they told people, they told small businesses, the big retailers are going to get to stay open, but you have to close. And somehow you have to continue affording your lease. And they told working people, you know what? You're not going to be able to work. You're not going to have a job. But somehow, and we're not going to pay you a basic income. We're not going to pay you. We're not going to pay you anything. We're not going to give you health care, free health care, like the rest of the world enjoys in facing this crisis, the rest of the developed world. But somehow we expect you to survive. You know what? 80% of you were living paycheck to paycheck before this crisis, and we expect you to survive. Just figure it out, right? That's not what they told Wall Street. And you know why they haven't passed another bailout? You know, they went on vacation. They went on vacation instead of passing another bailout and one for the people. It's because Wall Street doesn't have enough things they want yet, because the stock market is soaring now, because billionaire wealth has increased by more than $600 billion during the pandemic, while the economy has contracted by about a third. That's why we only get things when Wall Street wants it. It doesn't matter how much the people are suffering. And it's reached levels that I did not think I would see in my lifetime in the United States. We have now 1 out of every 10 Americans that faces eviction, that faces being thrown out in the streets in the middle of a pandemic. 1 out of every 10. 1 out of every 3 families with children can no longer afford food. This is a failed state. The richest country in the world, a failed state. It cannot provide basic services. The definition of a failed state is a country, a government that becomes incapable of providing for its citizens on a fundamental level, meeting basic human needs. Because of these 2 corrupt parties, we are now in the throes of a health crisis, a racial justice crisis, after the murders of George Floyd, the paralyzing of Jacob Blake, the murder of Breonna Taylor. When will it end? We've seen an uprising in this country, an uprising of millions of people. New York Times described the Black Lives Matter movement as the biggest movement in the country's history. Not a word. It didn't budge Congress. In fact, congressional staffers were interviewed afterwards by Politico, and they were asked, is this movement of millions of people, is that going to change policy in Washington? Are there policy plans? You know what they said? No. There are no plans. Some of them even laughed when the reporters asked. That's the level of callousness we face now in our government. We face an economic crisis, racial justice crisis, a health crisis, a planetary crisis. The western half of the United States is engulfed in wildfires. If we don't fight now, there will be nothing left to fight for. We have to make our stand. That's why everybody has gathered today, to form a People's Party. We can do this. In Mexico, in 2014, progressives got tired of trying to reform their 2 neoliberal parties. You know what they did? They formed a new party. It was a movement for 2 years, from 2012, and in 2014, it became a new party, Morena. 4 years later, just 2 years ago, 4 years later, in 2018, they elected Andrés Manuel López Obrador, described as the Bernie Sanders of Mexico, as their president. Just recently, he announced he's legalizing marijuana on top of a whole suite of progressive policies. They took both houses of the national legislature. They took the majority of the governorships, and they took the presidency in 4 years. That's a political revolution. That's what a political revolution looks like. That's the level of system change that we need in this country. That's what we need to bring. The same thing has happened abroad in other countries. In country after country, particularly Latin America and Europe, we are seeing new parties rise and throw out and replace and seriously contest parties that have been dominant since the end of the Second World War. In Spain, Podemos. In Greece, Syriza. In Chile, the country of my parents' birthplace as a first-generation American, Frente Amplio. This is a phenomenon that is sweeping the world. And here in the United States, we need to catch that wave. We cannot be left behind. We have a responsibility, not just to ourselves, but to the rest of the country. We have such an outsized impact on the rest of the country. We impose on the rest of the world. We impose our will on the rest of the world. We took over from the United Kingdom, from Britain, as the world's global empire after the Second World War. We inherited that role. As for the corporate parties that we have, Bernie Sanders taught us that there is no such thing as a candidate or a party, a people's candidate or a people's party that takes corporate money. It's an oxymoron. You cannot serve the Wall Street oligarchs and Wall Street and corporations and the military industrial complex and the prison industrial complex and big oil and big ag and the people. Only by being supported by millions of small dollar donors like the Bernie Sanders campaign can a party be truly independent, can a party truly represent its people. And that is the ideal to which the Movement for a People's Party has committed itself. And that is the ideal to which we strive to form the People's Party. We can do it. We have advantages that we have never had before as working people. We have the internet. The internet is powering new parties around the world, the ones I spoke of. The fundraising model is small dollar crowdsourced donations. We can do the same, just like Bernie Sanders' campaign. We can do the same through small dollar recurring membership donations and membership, paid membership here in the United States. The organizing model of the Bernie Sanders campaign was likewise a model for a new party. It was a distributed organizing program functioning through apps, social media organizing, Facebook groups. We can do likewise. We are doing likewise right now. As much as they don't want our message to get out, as much as they've tried to clamp down on social media and independent news, so many of the hosts that you've heard from today who get the news out despite trying to be stamped out by YouTube, big corporations, they cannot contain our message. We went #2 trending today on Twitter. The same thing is true of us being able to get the word out. We can, as I mentioned, circumvent the mainstream media now because we have the internet, because we can communicate peer to peer. We have the ability to get the message across. We're no longer forced to funnel the information that we get from the mainstream media and whatever sources they choose to put in front of us. We now can communicate with each other in a beautiful movement where the people lead what is worth knowing. We're going backwards. Everybody can see it. Everybody knows it. Things are getting worse. They're getting worse with the Democrats and Republicans. Their management of this country is taking us backwards. It is making things worse. In 2008, I volunteered for Barack Obama. I worked my heart out for him. I even worked to try to enact cap and trade, like I mentioned earlier, to address the climate crisis, even though there were already at the time, there were climate scientists that were saying that's not the optimal solution. We need a carbon tax and we need many other policies that go further. That was the case 12 years ago. But at least he promised them. At least he said them. If that means anything more, rhetorically he understood that at least those things should be said. This is what people want to say. The system now, the Democratic Party, both parties have seized up to such a degree where now we get candidates in the supposed left-wing party of the United States that cannot even promise those things anymore. They cannot even promise things that have 70, 80, 90% popular support among all Americans, like getting money out of politics, tackling the climate crisis, Medicare for all, free public college, ending mass incarceration, legalizing marijuana. Joe Biden is not an aberration. Trump is not an aberration. They are the natural consequence of this system's decline and capture by Wall Street and big money. Joe Biden himself told us that nothing will fundamentally change in his administration. He recently had a surrogate of his recently said that in fact, after they win, if they do, because they might lose to Trump as a result of how bad they are. But if they win, there will be a return to austerity politics. They said the kitchen cabinet would be empty. They would have no resources for the people. There's never resources for the people. There's always resources for endless war. You just put that on the national credit card. You just invent the money. And there's never resources for the people. He recently met too with a CEO from Blackstone and held a fundraising teleconference with a number of his big donors. And he told them that there needs to be change in corporate governance in the United States. And he said, but it won't take any policies. I'm not proposing any. No policies. He has told us in as many different ways as he can that he is going to be a continuation of the neoliberal, neo-fascist decline of this country, which has now become a sprint. It's now become a free fall to authoritarianism and oligarchy. And the rest of the world is paying the price with us. We have a responsibility, a solemn responsibility, to make good on this wave that is sweeping the world, this revolution that is sweeping the world, and to join our sisters and brothers in forming a major new political party that is free of corporate money and influence. 4 years from now, I believe that we will be at the People's Convention of 2024 with a presidential candidate poised to win, to defeat both parties like Morena did, both corporate funded parties, and candidates at all levels to lead the political revolution that we all sought from the beginning. That is our vision. And it is a vision that has never been more real and more necessary than it is today. Thank you. I look forward to the next 4 years. Next. I would like to remind everyone that the vote is open. The vote to build a major new party in the United States. So please head to peoplesconvention.org, download the app if you haven't already, and cast your vote. This is a historic occasion. And with that, it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Marianne Williamson. She's an author, spiritual leader, activist, Democratic presidential candidate in 2020. She has written 13 books, including multiple New York Times bestsellers, and is a co-founder of the Peace Alliance. Marianne, it's wonderful to have you with us.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's just wonderful to be here. And I want to say that what you have done here, Nick and Ryan, is so moving to me. It's really an honor to be in the presence of this much truth-telling. There has been more truth-telling at this convention, in my opinion, than there was either at the Republican or the Democratic conventions. And it's kind of like when people talk about having been raised in an alcoholic home, when children feel like neither mommy nor daddy are really saying the truth of what's going on. And there's all this agitation in the air. That's what I feel is going on in this country. It's like we all know things are going on and they're not being discussed. And that should be the purpose of political parties. They should be containers for truth-telling as certain people see it.
And this convention has done that. It has opened up a conversation that I think is so important. And I'm so honored that you're allowing me to be part of the conversation here today. It's like a kaleidoscope. Everybody has given their own little piece of it, and everybody has said things that to me contribute to a higher level of truth and understanding in our country. I'd like to begin by articulating a context that for me is very helpful in understanding where we are today. Just like when you're a child and even when you're an adult, but you go to therapy, and in therapy, they ask you about your childhood, because the more you understand where you came from, the more you understand your parents' experience, the more you understand where you came from, the more you can understand where you are now, and the more empowered you can feel about going forward because you know where you've been. So I think that taking a good look at the founding of our country, where we started, where we've come to, gives us tremendous power and understanding of where we need to go now. In 1776, 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence declared in founding documents in a way that had never been done in the world, some foundational principles that were revolutionary. They were not only revolutionary politically, they were revolutionary morally, they were revolutionary spiritually, that all men are created equal, and that all men have the God-given right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That all men should have an opportunity to spread their wings and actualize their own God-given potential. And that's where it started, but that's also where it got gnarly. Because out of the 56 signers of the Declaration, 41 of them were slave owners. That's it right there. That contest and that struggle right there. It is a characterological aspect of the American mind that is bipolar, that on one level stands for the most aspirational and enlightened principles that have ever formed the founding of a country, and at the same time, from the very beginning, it has never not been true. And this struggle is encapsulated in our politics today as much as it has ever been at any time, even at the beginning. Because even though there have been people who were willing to sacrifice their lives to take a stand for those enlightened principles, there have been forces. They were with us then, and they're with us now, that were willing to transgress, even in the most violent and wicked ways, against the principles on which we purport to stand. And every generation in American history, ours no less than any other, has lived out that struggle. Now, the good news is, over time, we tend to self-correct. Americans responded to slavery with abolition, and Americans responded to the institutional suppression of women with the women's suffragette movement. We responded to segregation with the civil rights movement. So over time, as desperately dark and painful and is filled with human suffering as some of the aspects of American history have been, there have been people in every generation that have taken the wheel, had pushed back against the forces that were transgressing against our principles, and did what it took to get this country back on track. It is simply our turn. Now, I was a child, but I was old enough to remember Bobby Kennedy taking a stand against the Vietnam War, taking a stand against the military-industrial complex. Martin Luther King taking a stand against racial injustice. And there was a sense of hope in those years because we saw people within the political realm, Bobby, Martin, and others, who truly represented in political terms the higher aspirational principles of America. They killed them. And everything that we feared would happen with those men's death has come to pass. 1968, they died. In 1980, Ronald Reagan was elected president, and with that came Reaganomics, or trickle-down economics. Now, hear me on this. When you have the wicked transgression against the principles on which we stand encapsulated within an institution, then it is as though that institution is like an operable tumor. You have slavery, we know what we need to do, abolish slavery. You have the suppression of women, we know what we need to do, give women the right to vote. You have segregation and all of the domestic terrorism against Black people that followed for 100 years after the Civil War. We knew what we had to do, pass civil rights legislation and the Voting Rights Act. But what has happened now is something even more insidious, because it's not one institution, it's an economic mindset. It's not an operable cancer. It's more like a cancer that has metastasized and has wrapped itself around healthy organs. With what happened in trickle-down economics, led by the guys from University of Chicago, although interestingly enough, the main articulator of trickle-down economics, a man named Milton Friedman, himself said, but none of this will work without a universal basic income. Well, the people who promulgated trickle-down economics left that part out, of course. And they said that the US corporation should have no moral or ethical responsibility to people or to planet. Because you see, before then, the social consensus was that it should. You see, before then, it's not like America was ever all good, but I remember a time when the social consensus was that at least we should try. With trickle-down economics, the idea was that all the responsibility of the corporation would be the short-term profits for the stockholder class and all other stakeholders, the workers, the earth itself, the community, and the environment, and everything was to accrue to the stockholders. And then they would make so much money that all that money would trickle down and it would lift all boats. After 40 years, we know what happened. It did not lift all boats. As a matter of fact, it left millions of people without even a life vest. It created such a massive transfer of wealth into the hands of 1% as to have completely devastated the middle class in this country. And what it created was a new aristocracy in this country. We have reverted, just like in 1776, we chose democracy over aristocracy, we have reverted to aristocracy. It is now a corporate aristocracy. It is health insurance companies, it is big pharmaceutical companies, it is big oil, it is food companies, it is chemical companies, it is the National Rifle Association, gun manufacturers, and of course, it is the military industrial complex. In 1776, there were enough people who were willing to stand up to aristocracy. And as I said before, it's our turn. Now, if you look at the great social justice movements in our history, such as abolition, such as women's suffrage, third parties were extremely important. Abolition did not emerge from a major party, it emerged from the abolitionist party. Women's suffrage did not emerge from a major political party, it emerged from the Women's Party. Social Security did not emerge from a major party, it emerged from the Socialist Party. But I say that in complete support of Ryan and Nick in saying that they don't want to think of this as a third party. They want it to be a major party. And I agree with everyone here in saying that if the Democrats don't feel that there's a real alternative to their corporatist agenda, then at this point, with everything we've been through, with what happened to Bernie in 2016, what happened to Bernie this year, and to be honest, what happened to me? I've been there. I know it from the inside. The Republican Party has been so taken over by a corporatist agenda, they don't even pretend that they're not. But the Democratic Party is very interesting, isn't it? It sees all the suffering that is created by a corporatist agenda, and it does, in ways that it can, try to ameliorate the suffering on the periphery. But neither the Democratic Party, any more than the Republican Party, will actually challenge the underlying forces that make all that suffering inevitable. And so when it came to abolition, people knew it was simply time for the people to take it from here. When it came to women's suffrage, it was women who knew, no, we're going to have to step in. When it came to civil rights, Martin Luther King, the civil rights movement, it was time for the people to step in. And one more time, it is time for the people to step in. And that's why this party is important. Now, I'm going to vote for Joe Biden. I'm definitely going to vote for Joe Biden. And as has been said here before, everybody has to vote their own conscience, and other people have expressed their opinion about this race. Some people have said to me, oh, Marianne, you think he's going to fix anything? No, actually, I don't think he's going to fix anything. But I think he's going to give us a pause in the action. Because Donald Trump's policies, the state of this country right now, what Donald Trump has done to this country is Donald Trump holding back. You give him a second term, there will be nothing to hold him back. And I agree with Michelle Obama when she said, oh, you think it can't get any worse? Trust me, it can. And just like I said a few minutes ago, I think we should all read up on our American history right now. It would be a good idea to read up about Germany in the 1930s and the 1940s. When I think of this convention, the first word that comes up for me is patriotic. You see, it's a great American tradition to push back against overreach by capitalism. That's what the labor unions are. And of course, as part of the trickle down hostage taking of this country, there has been an almost decimation of the labor movement in the United States. But that pushback is the most patriotic, most traditionally American thing that we can do. That's why we have labor unions. That's why we have child labor laws. That's why we have antitrust laws. That's why we had Glass-Steagall. You know, everybody talks about how this is a duopoly, but I think in terms of the deeper truth of what the duopoly represents, it's that it's a monopoly. It represents something that theoretically we're not for in this country, where a conversation, where an opportunity is so monopolized by someone that there is no room for other voices. And that's why those of us who are real progressives feel at this country like we're politically homeless. Where are we supposed to go? We've been basically told by the Democratic Party, you're not even welcome here. And even when people have tried so hard to play within the rules, to play within the system, I know, and you know, what happens to candidates within the Democratic Party at this point in the Democratic Party's history who does not color between the lines. So I think this party is so important. Regardless what happens after the election, regardless what happens after the election, whether people feel in their hearts moved to bore from within, to move from within the system of the Democratic Party, or we feel moved to work very, very hard for this party. I think both are options that are meaningful and significant, and everybody, all of us will know in our own hearts after the election, where do we go with that? But I can tell you this, the bravery that Ryan Knight and Nick Brana are showing, I think these guys are going to be talked about a long time from now. This is something that reminds me of the greatest social movements in the history of this country. You know, everybody knows we have to look at the problems in our history. But I think we need to identify the problems, but we also need to identify with the problem solvers. Some people only talk about what's good in this country, and they have no listening to all the terrible things we have to look at. Mass incarceration, slavery, the horrible history of racial injustice. We need an entirely new America. We need to front end our resources in the direction of America's children. We need to not only take a stand against the military-industrial complex, we need to proactively wage peace. We have to, as Dr. Kalmus said, say no more incremental change when it comes to climate change. We have to be bold, and yes, we have to be radical, because love is radical and democracy is radical. We have become a country when Abraham Lincoln said that the men died at Gettysburg so that a government of the people, by the people, and for the people would not perish from the earth. It is perishing now. And we all know it. We become a country and a government of the corporations, by the corporations, and for the corporations. Other generations have said no to that. Other generations have taken a stand. And other generations have course corrected. We've never been perfect. We've never been good all the way, in every way. But it is the job, it is the mission of every generation to do our best, to bolster those things in which America gets it right, to protect those places where America gets it right, and to extend the franchise where it needs to be extended. It's been happening. Some good things have been happening, just like some terrible things keep happening too. And I agree, it's important what Nick said. Just as there is a growing specter of authoritarianism on the planet, there's also a growing impulse towards the kind of freedom, towards a kind of democratic fervor and aspiration of genuine freedom for the human spirit, so that people can actualize their God-given potential. When you're living in survival all the time, you don't know, you're living in chronic economic tension. You don't know how you're going to pay off your college loans. You don't know what'll happen if you ever get sick. You don't know how you'll ever send your kids to college. Nobody can live freely. Everybody's in such tension and anxiety. There's a reason for that. And as has been said here before, I'll tell you why. Because of policies, because of a rigged system that is built at this point. Because of the undue influence of corporate money on our government has become a system of legalized bribery. It is basically a handmaiden to those corporate forces. And it's not going to stop it until we stop it. And I think at this point, Nick and Ryan and everybody who's spoken here has an absolute legitimate point. We can't look to them to stop it anymore. We have to do it. Other generations have. We need to step in. And I'm proud to be stepping with you. This is big stuff. This is good stuff. This is historic stuff. God bless you. God bless America. And can we please now say, God bless the world. Thanks so much. Wonderful being with you.
Thank you so much, Marianne, for that amazing speech and for your spiritual leadership and your courage to join us. Next, we have someone else who embodies that term of courage and intellect and of tenacity. Someone who I believe is a moral compass to our movement as a whole, our whole progressive movement in our country and our time. One of the great philosophers of our time. A prominent and provocative democratic intellectual, professor of the public practice of philosophy at Harvard University, professor emeritus at Princeton University, the author of 20 books and a frequent commentator on CNN and mainstream media, the Bernie 2020 and 2016 surrogate, and co-host of the Tightrope podcast, Dr. Cornel West.
Can you hear me, my brother?
You're on, Dr. Cornel West.
Oh, well, let me first begin by saluting you, my dear brother Nick. Who would have thought 3 years ago when we met in Washington, D.C., that you would be able to spearhead, you and Ryan and the others, and allow us to be a part of this magnificent moment, generating the kind of momentum and movement in order to transform the American empire into a more democratic space. Alongside the marvelous militancy of a moral and spiritual and political nature on the streets in the last few months, these 4.5 hours that I've been blessed to listen to every minute has been such a magnificent inspiration, because that's very much what we need. And by inspiration, I don't mean just abstract projection. I mean enactment and embodiment of examples of people who have integrity, honesty, decency, courage. And that's what we heard in every voice going back to 4 o'clock. And I come from a tradition of people, Black people, the grand people, producing a great tradition in which the anthem is lift every voice, not the echoes of the neo-fascist wing of the ruling class, the Republican Party, the neoliberal ruling class, neoliberal wing of the ruling class, the Democratic Party. No, that's the echo chamber. That's what we saw in those conventions with their talking points, with their superficial spectacle. But no, I come from a people who believe in the funk. Allow your voice to be heard from the deepest levels and corners of the dark corner of your soul, that such that you will engage in a genuine quest for truth. And the condition of truth is always to allow suffering to speak. Everybody's suffering, no matter what color, no matter what gender, sexual orientation, no matter what national identity, and then connected to a love of beauty. And beauty is always something we grasp for in the face of terror, as Rilke taught us. And then, of course, the quest for good and wrestling with evil. And then for some of us, it's even a quest for God in the face of so many demonic and devilish forces that are shot through not just our structures and institutions, but shot through our very souls and hearts. 57 years and 3 days ago, the greatest public intellectual in the history of the American empire died in Ghana. His name was W.E.B. Du Bois. And that next morning, young brother Martin Luther King told America about a dream that he had, which was not the American dream, but a dream rooted in the American dream, and has everything to do with the movement for People's Party. Because what we're talking about here is a people who muster the wherewithal who have not just the courage, but the fortitude to fructify. And by fructify, I mean to generate the fruits of truth telling, to generate the truth of justice seeking, to generate the truth of kindness and sweetness and gentleness in how we relate to each other, but with a steel spine when it comes to bearing witness in the face of oppression. That's why Du Bois raised the 4 questions. What does integrity do in the face of oppression? Oh, here's the People's Movement and the People's Party. What does honesty do in the face of deception? Here is the People's Party at its best. What does decency do in the face of insult and assault? What does courage do in the face of brute force? We are living in a moment of massive imperial meltdown, spiritual breakdown, and we need prophetic fight back. And the People's Party is a prophetic fight back that, like Du Bois, believes in multiracial, multi-gender, multi-sexual orientational, multi-binary and non-binary sexual sensibilities and orientations, a solidarity with those Frantz Fanon called the wretched of the earth, that can tell the truth about America, both its best and its worth. Because let us never forget, each and every one of us come out of various families, communities, and traditions. So we have to be true for where we come from. And I come from a people who have been on intimate terms with catastrophe. So the ecological catastrophe impending, the nuclear catastrophe that we don't like to talk about with the gangsters in Russia and the gangsters in the United States and the gangsters in other ruling elites that have the possibility of pushing buttons and blowing us all up. The economic catastrophe with unbelievably grotesque levels of wealth inequality that we hear over and over again, and the refusal to come to terms with poverty, the refusal to come to terms with working people's empowerment through unions in any means by which they can live lives of decency and dignity. The intimate forms of resistance and resilience in the face of catastrophe. 400 years of hatred. Here come love warriors like John Coltrane, Love Supreme. Here come Martin Luther King. Here come Ella Baker. And Brother Biden tried to appropriate Ella Baker. Ella Baker was trying to create a third party when she met her end with Arthur Canal and the great William Kunstler and others. Same tradition. In the face of trauma for 400 years, here comes healing. Not just Aretha Franklin, not just Erykah Badu, not just Kendrick Lamar, but a whole wave of voices in churches, in mosques, in synagogues, secular forms, trying to heal folk, to empower folk. Why? Because just like our moment, we all wonder. This is Marcus Garvey's question. Does America even have the capacity to treat the masses of Black people with decency and dignity? Not just make room for the Black bourgeoisie and the exceptional Negroes who view themselves as exceptional, who are highly educated. I'm talking about the masses of Black people. And we raise that question for the masses of poor people, the masses of indigenous people, the masses of Asians, the masses of Chicanos and Browns, the masses of all working and poor people here and abroad. The American empire at its best articulates the vision of a Sly Stone. Everyday people ought to have a dignity and decency. The vision of a James Cleveland. Ordinary people ought to have a dignity and decency. Emerson agrees. Whitman agrees. Gene O'Neill agrees with his indictment in The Iceman Cometh. Toni Morrison agrees. But does America have the capacity? We're all wrestling with despair. That's the skeleton in our in our closet. We're living in a fascist moment, escalating, crystallizing, consolidating, solidifying. And that's the worst of America. Here comes the People's Party. And let us listen to what Edward Said has to say about precious Palestinian brothers and sisters that never loses sight of the humanity of Jewish brothers and sisters, understands the 2,000 years of Jewish humanity being trashed and hated. And yet even our Jewish brothers and sisters in their right-wing forms have the capacity to dominate and occupy other people. Yes, they're human beings just like anybody else. That has a spiritual component to it and a moral element to it, but it's political in bringing all of us together. Can we listen to Dorothy Day? Can we listen to Cesar Chavez? Can we listen to Ward Churchill? Can we listen to all of our voices, Grace Boggs and others, the best of who we are as a species, as a nation, as an imperial experiment, as an imperial democracy? And yet, as my dear sister Marianne says, recognize that there's the best in America that has always understood that if our lives matter, if Black lives matter, we're going to have to make sure that democratic practices and orientations and means of being in the world are reproduced and expanded. If any lives matter, you're going to have major radical democracy. But can you have radical democracy in America without empire, without white supremacy, without male supremacy, without transphobia, without homophobia, without losing sight of the humanity of Muslims and Jews and Arabs? It's an unanswered question. We just don't know. And let's just be honest about it. There's nothing wrong with wrestling with despair the way Jacob wrestled with despair in the 32nd chapter of Genesis. But we can come up with a new name. God restless, with deep wounds, with deep hurts, with new energies. That's where we are now, right on the edge of the cliff with the neo-fascist gangster in the White House and the milquetoast neoliberals who still vote for his military budget over and over again. AFRICOM expands in Africa. The same ugly policies in Latin America. We've talked about the Middle East. We don't have time to talk about Asia, but that's very important too, with China and all of their forms of domination. What a time to be alive, pandemic and all. And yet, here comes the People's Party. Here comes that same radical democratic tradition that embraces us all. And I come in from the chocolate side of the empire and say, I'm bringing Curtis Mayfield with me. I'm going to bring Sam Cooke with me and Nina Simone with me. Why? Because they provide a structure of feeling and value that provides a ground for a prophetic fight back in the face of this empire collapsing and in the face of the possible regeneration and reawakening of it. Last but not least, at this particular moment, I've got brothers and sisters on both sides. When I listen to Noam Chomsky and Angela Davis, and even my dear brother Bob Ovakin and brother Carl Dix and others, they say, oh, we agree with the critique of the empire, but we cast a vote for Biden. I say, ooh, I'm not used to voting for milquetoast folk like that. But the anti-fascist folk, okay, I do understand. But I hear my dear brothers and sisters on the other side, Chris Hedges, Glenn Ford, Paul Street, Margaret Kimberly, Juma Baraka. I love those folk too. I learned so much from them. They all comrades. They say you can't vote for a neoliberal. You can't vote for the same Biden. You bring such critique to bear. You got to go for Green. You go for Brother Howie. You go for Sister Angela. That debate is a real one. And it ought to go on. And at the moment, I'm leaning with Angela. I'm leaning with Marianne. I'm leaning with Noam Chomsky. But it's not that it makes me that much better. I just believe as part of an anti-fascist coalition, Trump's fascism is one that calls into question the very possibility for any rights and liberties so that all of us could be gone. That's kind of basis that he has. What is it? 1 out of 4 of the folk who support him want to shut down the media. That's the kind of fascist sensibility. This is Sinclair Lewis. It can't happen here, taking place slowly in real time before our eyes. This is the kind of moment we live in. This is why this movement for People's Party is so fundamentally crucial. And we will resist the same self-righteousness that we get among the neoliberals. We are stepping into the unknown. So what? I come from a people that step out on nothing and still land on something that we ate, that we helped create based on a love of truth and a love of goodness and a love of beauty. And keep beauty in there. Beauty is very important for empowerment. So I want to bring this to a close. I want to thank you, Brother Nick. And I want to let you know that we've got to make sure that the lifting of the voices become waves all around the country grounded in the local, but always having a global perspective of the American empire, keeping track of its worst, but also keeping track of the radical democratic tradition that has lodged itself at the center, or at the center of the soul of America, but never at the center of American politics. And it has always been multiracial, even though in a certain sense, it's been disproportionately Black. That's how deep white supremacy cuts. And you can't have fascism in America without white supremacy being its face. And that's why it's so crucial that all of us attempt to be decent people, people who have integrity, honesty, and courage, and be willing to enact kenosis, to empty ourselves, to donate ourselves, to sacrifice ourselves for something grander than us, that have everything to do with the best of those who came before and have everything to do with the children yet to come.
Dr. West, who could have known 3 years ago when we got together in Washington, D.C. at American University that we would be here today, and have so many friends with us as we do today to represent a new chapter of this nation's history. Dr. West, I'm not quite sure if anyone can follow you, but if there is anyone, it might be, it might be the great Senator Nina Turner. Nina Turner is the national co-chair of Bernie 2020 presidential campaign. She was. She's host of the Hello Somebody podcast, former president of Our Revolution. She served Ohio in the state Senate and Cleveland in the city council. And she's a former professor of African-American history. Now, introducing to you, Senator Nina Turner.
Thank you, Nick, so very much. Lord have mercy, I'm on all types of fire right now. I just want to take a moment, in the Black church tradition, and Dr. West, you're going to pick up on this real, let the redeemed of the Lord say so. This has been a redeeming, hello somebody, this has been a redeeming afternoon through the evening here on the East Coast. As Dr. West said, from the beginning of this People's Convention to this very moment, different voices have been able to be lifted up. Salute to you, Brother Nick, to the sisters who helped you put this on, to Brother Ryan. And I got a news flash for folks. Not one speaker was told what to say and what not to say. Hello, somebody. See, that's why you got a variety here tonight of people who have different views on how to move this nation forward. But what we do agree on, even if folks don't necessarily agree on what should happen in 2020, what we do agree on is that we are in a fight for our lives and for future generations, and that we stand up for what is just, for what is right, and for what is good. See, what nobody scripted here tonight. Nobody got a memo. Nobody was whispered in the ear. Nobody was told what to say, what to do, or what to think. So we are a representation of what America is. You know what? I just threw out my whole speech because every single speaker, baby, when you're giving the benediction, you just got to go on and give the benediction. That's what this time is, just go on and give the benediction, because everybody did that. Just beautiful. And Sister Marianne, Lord, don't let me start naming names, because everybody did that. You know what came to mind for me, sisters and brothers, and I wasn't gonna read this poem, but as I was listening to folks, two people came to mind. One was Marvin Gaye, What's Going On? And then the other one was a poem that Langston Hughes wrote, and I believe he wrote it in 1938, and he was talking about the pain of Jim Crow and what was happening in this nation, and it's titled Kids Who Die. And I just want you, just wrap your mind around this just for a moment. Can we just take a moment? Because it is as if Brother Langston Hughes is talking about this very moment. See, I'm full right now. This is Sunday, and I am feeling all kinds of spiritual ways right now. Kids who die. This is for the kids who die. Black and white, for kids will die, certainly. The old and the rich will live on a while, as always, eating blood and gold, letting kids die. Kids will die in the swamps of Mississippi, organizing sharecroppers. Kids will die in the streets of Chicago, organizing workers. Kids will die in the orange groves of California, telling others to get together. Whites and Filipinos, Negroes and Mexicans, all kinds of kids will die who don't believe in lies and bribes and contentment and a lousy peace. Hello, somebody. See, this poem encapsulates this very moment. Brother Langston Hughes is talking about this very moment. I hope you caught what he said. He said, telling others to get together, whites and Filipinos, Negroes and Mexicans, all kinds of kids will die who don't believe in lies and bribes and contentment and a lousy peace. That is what the movement for a People's Party is all about. We don't believe in the lies and the bribes and the contentment and a lousy peace. How can we have peace in moments like this, when over 90 million of our sisters and brothers are either uninsured or underinsured? How can we have a peace when you got a Congress that goes on recess while millions of people are facing eviction from their homes? How can we have peace when on the streets of America right now, Black lives have been lifted and reaching out, calling out the racism and the white supremacy and the bigotry of a system that was created for Black lives to languish? How can we have peace when you got 12 folks who are on the precipice of controlling $1 trillion, while meanwhile back on the ranch, we got sisters and brothers suffering all over this country? How can we have peace when people are drowning in debt for the crime of going to college? Hello, somebody. How can we have peace when we have a criminal justice system that is unjust in every stretch of the imagination? How can we have peace when Black men are shot in the back, or a knee on the neck, or I can't smoke a cigarette in my car, Sandra Bland, hello somebody, or Breonna Taylor shot in her own home? How can we have peace when children go to bed hungry at night? How can we have peace when our veterans are homeless or can't get the health care that they deserve? And speaking of health care, baby, how can we have peace when even in the moment of a global pandemic, we can't even get the neoliberals of the Democratic Party to reverse course in a platform that is non-binding? Hello, somebody. How can we have peace? Oh no, we're not falling for a lousy peace. As Brother Langston Hughes laid out, it is time for the people of this great nation, from all walks of life, from all sexual orientations, from all religions, in the sisterhood and brotherhood of love and uplift. It is time for us to come together. As Sister Mary Ann, she laid out the history, baby. I was thinking about the revolutions that have overtaken this nation in the 18th century. It was the American Revolution. The founders, in all of their racism and frailty, decided to say to King George, it's over. We can't continue this relationship like this. When in the course of human history, it becomes time to separate. And then they laid out why it was time to separate. Hello, somebody. In the 19th century, we had another type of revolution. It was called, hello, somebody, the Civil War. In the 20th century, we had another type of revolution. and it was called Civil Rights Movement. And in the 21st century, here we are, right here, right now, in our moment, lifting up a people's revolution that is both necessary, not only for the survival of us, but for the survival of future generations. How can we have peace when we trample all over Mother Earth? How can we have peace when we have predatory capitalism? How can we have peace when so many people have worked so hard and still cannot get even a piece of the American dream? How can we have peace when the poor and the working poor and the barely middle class doing all that they can to survive day after day after day after day after day, and they still cannot survive? How can we have peace? See, it's a fallacy that if you work hard enough, Americans work very hard. Poor people work very hard. It is a fallacy. And so the very system, the racist, bigoted system, the system that oppresses the poor, that system was created by design. It didn't happen by accident. It was on purpose. And on purpose, we the people can turn this thing around. So we got some dragons to slay, baby. We got to slay the dragons of neo-fascism. As Dr. West said, the gangster in the White House, he must go. There is no doubt about it. He must go. And I agree with Dr. West that people are coming at this at all angles. I get it. See, I'm not a vote shamer. I'll leave that for the professionals. Hello, somebody. I'm just old fashioned, and I just believe that folks who are running for office ought to earn the vote. And how do you earn the vote? You don't earn it by doing the same old, same old. You earn that vote by giving people a vision. See, you got to have a vision that provides provision for the people. It is our money. It is our government. And so you got folks sitting up there talking about what we cannot have with our money, what we cannot have with our government, it's a lack of vision. So it is time out for playing games. There is no more time for playing games. Babe, we're not going for a lousy peace. So we come together in the spirit of sisterhood and brotherhood. We stand together as people from all walks of life who understand that we must put a little extra on our ordinary so that extraordinary things can happen. They will. They have throughout the course of history. We stand in solidarity with other poor people all around the world. Hello, somebody. Because the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. got it right when he said what happens to one directly happens to us all indirectly. We won't stand for a lousy peace. Even as we fight the neo-fascists, we will not stand for a lousy peace because we know that neoliberalism is what got us here. And so on purpose, we're going to put a little extra on our ordinary so that those extraordinary things can happen, and we are going to lift and we are going to rise together. And listen, brothers and sisters, we're going to win some and we're going to lose some, but people going to know this, that we are in this fight for life, for liberty, and everybody's pursuit of happiness. We will not fall for a lousy peace. So sisters and brothers, this is the moment. This is the People's Convention. See, ain't no convention like this. This is the People's Convention. We need you to join forces, whether you believe and stand within that Democratic Party and fighting it. You know, it's a song, it's my party and I can cry if I want to. Go ahead, do that on the inside. And then there are people who have decided the hell with it. We working on the outside. When those forces unite, baby, Dr. West, ain't no stopping us now. We are on the move. We will not contort for a lousy peace. We need truth and reconciliation in these United States of America, baby. We need on purpose elected leaders who will not kowtow to their owner donors. Hello, somebody. And that's the beautiful thing about the People's Party. We need leaders, both elected and non-elected leaders who are really ready, willing, and able to do what is right in this time and in this moment. See, too many people are dying. Too many people are afraid. Too many people are stressed the hell out. And it didn't just get this way because of who's in the White House. It's been this way. But see what the pandemic has done, Miss Rona, as some of my elders call it, what the coronavirus has done, what COVID-19 has done, is blown this thing all up. Can nobody in good consciousness pretend that they don't know what is going on in this country? No longer, no more lousy peace. And we can both slay the neo-fascist, slay the neoliberal, and tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. The United States of America is a hegemon nation, and there is no reason, no excuse on God's green earth. While there is so much suffering and pain, it is being done on purpose, and we the people, we're going to undo it on purpose. So yeah, this is revolution time. We have never been a country afraid of revolution. And this is a revolution of values, as the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, a revolution of love, a revolution of hope, a revolution of justice. But that does not happen because we hope it to happen or we pray it to happen. It happens because we put some sweat equity on that thing. In my Christian tradition, can I get an amen? Faith without works, baby, is dead. So we're going to put in the work so that we can have a true peace, not a lousy peace. There's room at this end for everybody in the People's Convention, in the People's Movement, for everybody. As long as we are standing together, there is absolutely nothing we cannot do. Quoting in my close, elegance of Congresswoman Barbara Jordan. And many of you heard me say this quote probably thousands of times on the campaign trail. This is a truism for the ages. And I want you to know this. No matter how you are feeling, whether it is angry or sad, there is a heaviness that I feel and I get. No matter how you are feeling, bring those feelings and let's get to work, baby. Let's get to work. To be, in the words of Brother Mahatma Gandhi, the change that we want to see in the world. We are it. Collectively, we are it. But this is what the Congresswoman said. What the people want is simple. They want an America as good as its promise. That is what the People's Movement is all about. That is what this convention is about. It is about reconciling and dedicating ourselves to create an America for all people that is as good as its promise. And we, yes, we gonna do this. Slaying dragons all the way, baby. We gonna do this. Because our mission is so high, we can't get over it. And our mission is so low, we can't get under it. And our mission is so wide, baby, we can't get around it. So if you believe in what is just, what is right, and what is good, even if it's a disagreement about how to get there, if it's in your soul, in your mind, your body, and your spirit, this is indeed the movement for you. We're going to get through 2020. We're going to get that neo-fascist out of the White House. And baby, we're going to get to work on the People's Party. Can a sister get an amen? With these hands. With these hands, baby. This People's Movement. We are on the move. Brother Nick, go do your thing, baby. Love all of y'all. Let's do this.
Senator Nina Turner, Hello, somebody. And with that, as a result, I'm sure in big part because of that, the results are in, and with several thousand votes, the results are 99% in favor of creating a major new People's Party free of corporate money and influence. So we will be going forward and doing that. That is the future. We are the future right here. We just waged a political revolution tonight, and you should all be so incredibly proud of that. This is the beginning, a new chapter that we get to write. The people get to write this chapter of American history. Thank you, everyone who's been with us tonight. This has been a tremendous evening, and I look forward to what the future holds. Have a good night.
I have voted Democratic my entire life. This is the first time that I will not be casting my ballot for a major party. I will no longer be voting for the lesser of two evils. I am just saddened, shamed, disgusted with what's happened to the system, what's happened to our party.
Both Democrats and Republicans did this. They both decided to bail out the banks and the corporations before they bailed out the people.
I'm tired of having to choose between two corrupt anti-democratic parties that don't represent my best interests or the best interests of hardworking Americans.
I need my vote to be in favor of someone who cares about the public good in exchange for the political power they've been given.
We want you out of office. We're not looking for luxuries. We're looking for bare, basic necessities. And you can't even do that. You don't represent us. All you care about is money and power. You're out of here. You're going to be out of a job just like us.
Resign. Let us have someone that will represent us and only us.
I want a new party. I want this country to actually embody those words that we hold up as a motto: a government by the people and for the people.
We need a party that will prioritize regular people and not corporations and billionaires.
While Democrats and Republicans bicker at one another over who is right, workers like me face extreme hardship.
We got millions of people out here that are getting kicked off of their insurance, and we have no party that's truly out there to help us. Right now, it's time for a People's Party.
We need a People's Party.
It's time for a People's Party.
Joe Biden and the Democrats aren't going to fix health care.
The time is now.
It's time for a People's Party.
Our country is beautiful. Our people are beautiful, intelligent, loving, and capable. I know we can do better. I believe we already know what needs to be done.
We have been told that we cannot afford basic necessities such as healthcare and education. The truth is that we can. And if we want to know how, the answer is by taking power back.
Enough is enough. It's time to build a People's Party.
Let's get it on.
It's time.
It's time for us to stand up.
I support the People's Party, the actual People's Party. So let's get it going.
We're excited that you've voted to join us in our mission to create a major new party. We are the regional coordinators for the Movement for a People's Party. We're here to guide you through the process to make a new party a reality.
Our goal is to launch our party, hold our founding convention, achieve ballot access in all 50 states by next year, start running candidates in local, county, and state races over the next few years, and run a presidential candidate in 2024.
The establishment parties, the corporate media, and the corporate interests will most certainly try to stop us by using their vast resources of spreading misinformation, changing legislation, trying potentially to divide us amongst one another, and many other potential ways. But we must remain steadfast in our goals and work together over the coming months and years.
It may not be easy to change the status quo, but we can do it with your help and the help of thousands of us working together in a coordinated effort to achieve our goals.
It may not be easy to change the status quo, but we can do it with your help.
and the help of thousands of us working together in a coordinated effort to achieve our goals. We must not be distracted, but instead focus on our efforts of building a major new party that actually represents the people, free from corporate influence.
Organizing is how we achieve this goal. The first step is to gather people of like minds to contribute with the work we are about to begin. Creating a local hub requires a few committed people who are willing to organize in their area and build their local hubs.
Together, you create a map of the area and community you're working in, detailing political, social justice, and single issue groups, mutual aid centers, other community groups, and labor unions that are currently working in your area.
Include the type of work they are doing and the issues they are currently working on. Add any issues that may not be currently addressed, and all communities that may not be represented in the groups that are active in your area.
Rank those groups according to the number of issues that we have in common with them, and their willingness to work with us based on the shared experience of your hub members.
Mapping out the groups in your area who might be working against our efforts and how they may work to stop us is important. With all groups, friendly and otherwise, assess the level of connection you have with these groups. Highlight commonalities and differences.
Then map the people in your hub and the resources available to you. What skills do you have among you? What connections do you have in the community? Who do you know who may want to join you?
These maps are not only a good starting point for your hub, but when cultivated and updated regularly, they will serve and guide you and your fellow organizers. New organizers who join you will be able to see where you have already done work, where you're going collectively. They can easily add and help refine your data.
The National Movement for a People's Party will be able to accurately assess the political and community terrain in each area, make decisions about where to provide resources, organizing support, ballot access, and future candidate viability. Cultivate and grow relationships in your area by supporting and participating in their events.
Hold organizing conversations with individuals and leaders. Track these conversations over time on your map to find common ground where we can work together and support each other. If we give solidarity, we will get solidarity in return when we are organizing actions and events.
In this initial stage, it's extremely important that we provide the foundation for our organizing efforts that leads to a solid party structure. There are no shortcuts in this process. As we build together, it will be imperative that we have sufficiently built our capacity and infrastructure from the start.
You and fellow organizers are set up and trained on our national database. You establish lines of communication between other hubs in your state, the state and regional organizers, and the National Movement for a People's Party.
You'll become integrated within our national forums and workspaces.
We have training and guides available to assist you on your path. It will be necessary to involve all of your initial hub members in these trainings, in these first steps before you proceed to later steps.
Our second step will be to build out our organizing and outreach efforts. Begin holding regular meetings, refining and adding to your maps as you go. Once we have a good idea of the environment we're working in, we can begin organizing, which means talking to people one-on-one.
Starting with the people and organizations on our map, we believe will be the most receptive to working with us. Talk with them about their interests and goals. Focus on the commonalities that bind us and not what divides us. Dig down and get their stories about why their issues matter to them and how these issues affect their daily lives. When we connect with people on this level, we establish trust and create the lasting bonds that will be necessary to propel our movement to victory.
As a team, brainstorm areas and issues that are not being addressed by other groups in your area and develop a plan to lead on those issues. Hold conversations with groups and individuals in your area that may also be interested in partnering with us in these campaigns and develop an organizing plan.
Always keep in mind that there are a majority of people out there that are not politically active and may not even be registered voters.
Develop plans to reach out and include everyone in the conversation, especially those who are not yet engaged.
Once we have a solid working team in each hub, we can start broadening our digital and social media presence, starting from the state level and building down to the regional and city levels as our capacity increases.
We have Facebook pages for each state already pre-made. Once you have people willing to maintain a consistent presence on them, please let your regional coordinator know and we can assist you in activating them.
We will also assist you in setting up email and other social media accounts, ensuring consistency and branding throughout the organization. State and local websites will be hosted by Movement for a People's Party. Please do not set up social media accounts, a website, or email address without first consulting one of us.
While social media can be a powerful tool in getting our message out and mobilizing our members, it is not a substitute for the personal connection and feedback that personal connections provide, even in this age of Zoom calls.
As our membership increases, we will train and include new members in the ongoing conversations about what is important and where we are organizing. Be sure everyone has a space to express their ideas and contribute to the movement on all levels. Working groups will work on specific tasks, which will ensure that everyone has a place to contribute their knowledge and skills.
The third step will incorporate the work we've already done in the first two steps and will further expand our outreach with communities in our areas. As we execute our plans to build into a larger space, we must make sure that we are ready for the influx of new people into our movement this greater exposure will provide. Build out your working groups to fit your needs and establish liaisons from your local working groups to work within the national working groups.
It is at this stage that we can confidently create our local direct actions, plan and mobilize members to action that meet our goals and increase solidarity, invite other organizations to partner with us. If we have successfully laid the groundwork in the previous steps, our turnout will be greater and our membership will be more invested in our actions.
Remember, we want to redefine what a party looks like, and direct action is an integral part of that. But we'll need mass participation, which means a lot of organizing preparation, as well as building good relationships within the community.
That leads us to the final step in our plan, building the party apparatus itself.
Our hubs will eventually serve as the local and county parties within the structure. We will coordinate and elect members from state and local hubs to form the state party structure. The state parties will be in charge of coordinating all of the hubs within the state as we legally register the Movement for a People's Party in each state, gain ballot access, and map out potential districts to run candidates successfully.
Information must flow freely between all levels of our organization. Local hubs will coordinate with the state parties. The state parties within each region will coordinate with their regional coordinators, who are the regional liaisons to the National Movement for a People's Party.
We have divided the country into 9 regions to facilitate this communication, and we will ultimately have 2 coordinators for each region. In this structure, maximum autonomy will be given to the state and local hubs while providing successful communication both to and from the national structure.
Members are free to participate on the local and national levels, depending on their level of interest.
We offer many training sessions that ensure every hub is operating efficiently and will be successful. We recommend that you take part in these training sessions as one of the first steps towards the path of creating your hub and enrolling new members to them as they join. We will conduct additional training as the need and interests arise.
At the moment, we have trainings on holding effective one-on-one conversations, which includes training on how to maximize your effectiveness when talking to people and organizations, and how we can avoid common pitfalls in the language we use, inoculation against the obstacles we may be facing, and movement building through consensus and inclusion.
This in-depth skills training goes much deeper than the usual canvassing or phone banking training and will prepare you for any eventuality you may encounter in future conversations.
Field Organizer Certification, which will train and certify our organizers with a comprehensive program that will transform volunteers into knowledgeable and confident field organizers. These skills will include canvassing, public speaking, campaign actions such as events, research, relationship building, and grassroots organizing.
Mapping, which includes mapping your local area and volunteers, tracking involvement and commitment, monitoring shifts in perception of members, potential members, and local organizations, and how to identify trends both immediately and over time.
With these tools, we can inform our organizing plans by using data, not just intuition, and collect information that can be passed on to new members, other hubs, and MPP state, regional, and national to guide us in our party creation.
Database training, which includes database management, tracking volunteers, emails, petitions, events, and campaigns. You will receive administrative skills on how to use a comprehensive network, which will help you effectively manage your activist data across your hub.
Project application training to get you familiar with our app to keep projects on task and on time. We have a multi-platform application to help you in your daily project management to ensure that we're all on the same page and are organizing in a proficient manner. We'll train you how to use this application to increase your productivity and ensure your projects are successful.
We offer conflict resiliency training on how to effectively manage conflict, de-escalate tense situations when they arise, and achieve a more harmonious space for all volunteers.
And social media training on how to manage social media and convey our message consistently.
To build our major new party free from big money, corporate control, and influence, it will require all of us to work together. The next step is simple. Join us on our next welcome and onboarding call. The call details are on our website at peoplesparty.org. Register for one and we will guide you through the next steps in joining an established hub or building a new one. We look forward to organizing together, empowering each other to create a major new party that will never compromise on our values. A party that is truly of the people, by the people, and for the people.